Chapter 1481. Pushed to the limit, Time Eater snapped his finger to manifest chains, but this time, his target was not Wang Wei but the Time Wraith. The creature gave him the dirtiest look, its facial expression indicating Time Eater was committing an act of blasphemy on par with Wang Wei. However, Time Eater ignored him and continued his actions. The Time Wraith struggled, but it was useless. Wang Wei ordered his white and black impermanence to interfere, but Time Eater used his Grand Mistral to create layers of universe as blockage. Everywhere the impermanence passed, these universes died, but it was still useless as Time Eater achieved his objective. The Time Wraith turned into a small gem embedded into his forehead. Time Eater's aura became more ancient, primordial, and noble. His connection to the river of time had reached the highest level. His strength is reaching the limit of peak paragon, Wang Wei thought. He knew he could not be outdone, so he also started artificially boosting his strength. He first fused the white and black impermanence. In many of their iterations, these two are a single individual, so the concept of unity was already built into the technique that created them. Then, Wang Wei summoned his Earth Emperor crown before putting on the new white and black impermanence. Let's call this False Yama King, Wang Wei thought as he swallowed this artificially created Yama King. His aura also changed, becoming more primordial and deadly. Wang Wei's connection to samsara had increased. However, this was not the end. Since Time Eater could increase his connection to the river of time, couldn't he do the same? Without hesitation, Wang Wei summoned his future Buddha self, before using them as a medium to access more power or authority of the river of time. No, you won't, Time Eater said before making a slashing sign with his fingers. A terrifying cut rushed toward the future Buddha self. Wang Wei teleported before the slash and summoned a hungry ghost to swallow it. However, the attack suddenly became intangible by entering a parallel dimension, leaving a projection. Wang Wei reacted, trying to use his time Dao to intercept the attack, but it was too late. The slash cut off the future Buddha self's connection before turning into a seal that blocked Wang Wei's future action of synchronizing to the river of time. Wang Wei was angry, but this emotion lasted less than a microsecond before he controlled it. Instead, he materialized a black gate behind him, and once the thing opened, an ocean of dark red blood rushed out. The Azura Slaughter Ocean contained numerous powers: death, killing, slaughter, and corruption. Wang Wei controlled it to drown Time Eater, but the latter responded by manipulating time to return the ocean to its point of origin. However, Wang Wei showed him that two could play at this game. Before the latter's attack could activate, Wang Wei used his Freedom Dao to make the blood free from any time effect. The blood swallowed the Time Eater, but he reacted by protecting himself with the power of destiny, preventing his body or soul from being affected. However, Wang Wei's target was not him, but his connection to the river of time. Although he did not want to admit it, Wang Wei knew his connection to samsara was not as deep as Time Eater, so he chose to reduce the latter's. Wang Wei's approach was successful. The Azura Slaughter Ocean was created from all the killing of the Azura race throughout history, meaning it also contained the resentment and unwillingness of all these creatures killed. That resentment is the ultimate corrosive, and Wang Wei used it to corrode Time Eater's connection. It's still too much for my taste, Wang Wei complained. Time Eater is a time beast infused with a time wraith, meaning his affinity with Time Dao was probably on par with Wang Wei before removing his Fate Seed status. But now, the ocean corruption has decreased Time River's affinity and connection by a few %. Time Eater did not focus on his law since it was pointless. Instead, he went on the offensive. He snapped his finger, creating a strange echo, an echo of the past. Time around him appeared to rewind, with trillions of yuan epochs passing in less than a nanosecond. Once the process ended, a strange creature appeared in the world. The creature was a pair of eyes about 20 meters tall, 3 meters wide, and linked through a strange green nerve more than 1 meter thick. The creatures glanced at Wang Wei and its eyes turned red. It appeared as if he was about to release an eye beam. Is that a Genesis creature? No, it doesn't have that ancient and primordial aura that is slightly different from the Grand Tao source, Wang Wei thought. Well, it did not matter whether it was a Genesis life form or something from later on, Wang Wei treated it as such. He used a technique called Grand Tao's Wrath. At one point, Wang Wei asked himself how would the destruction of the Genesis age come to an end. His first inspiration was from the Western Bible, with how God destroyed the world with a flood, but instead, Grand Tao would use numerous catastrophes to kill everyone. Then, he thought about it and decided that was an inefficient approach. Grand Tao at that time should be young, simple, and direct. Wang Wei thought it would either happen instantly with no signs or a giant eye or hand would descend from heaven and earth and destroy everything. For this technique, Wang Wei chose a hand. A dark hand that embodied darkness and death materialized between heaven and earth, heading toward Time Eater, who was forced to control his one-eyed creature to fire the beam toward the sky. The two techniques, one using death and the other destruction, clashed harder than an unstoppable object clashing with an immovable one. Wang Wei and Time Eater had to move out of the way so as not to get hurt from the shock waves. Wang Wei raised his hand to condense a black crystal above his palm. Time Eater's face turned ugly as he realized the latter was gathering the energy released from the clash of these two techniques and condensing them for his use. So, he waved his hand to disperse the energy instead. However, Time Eater realized his opponent had the advantage because Wang Wei took the initiative and superb talent for chi manipulation. For a quick response, Time Eater then pushed his destiny blessing to the limit to instantly exile the energy into the river of time and somewhere else in the infinite trichiliocosm. This move should have ended Wang Wei's advantage, but Time Eater saw the smirk on the latter's, and knew he had overlooked something. And he was right. Wang Wei's use of the energy was a misdirection. His real chess move was the source chi space. He did not just use the chi inside to boost his attack. Time Eater was much older than him, and even with access to his future wife's chi vault, they might only be on the same level. Wang Wei, instead, used his chi flower ability to increase his affinity and connection to the source chi space, thus allowing him greater control and access to energy. As soon as his plan succeeded, Wang Wei did not immediately attack. Instead, he rewrote the order disorder of this seal. Order: no one can ask for foreign aid of any strength to aid them in winning or surviving this battle. Disorder: if they do, the person with the least amount of link to a grand construct will suffer Grand Tao's wrath. The person with the highest link to a grand construct will suffer Heavenly Tao's wrath. Time Eater calmly looked at the chains of law embedded in this battle zone. He read Wang Wei's order, and he remained calm and composed, but only he knew what was going on internally. Grand constructs, also named Grand Framework, is not a major secret to paragons, so Time Eater knows them. It is what people of their level referred to when speaking about the Grand Tao source, the river of fate, the river of time, samsara, the source chi space, and primordial chaos. Things like heavenly Tao, normal, and source chaos worlds, spirit chi between heaven and earth, branches of samsara of the rivers of fate and time, are considered minor frameworks. He's linked to the source chi space and samsara, while I only have access to the river of time, Time Eater analyzed. And that's not mentioning he should be able to access the river of fate. Wang Wei's move irked him since he had eliminated Time Eater's last desperate trump card. In the end, he'll have no choice but to use that approach to ensure the mission is completed, Time Eater sighed to himself. He took one more glance at Wang Wei before summoning an artifact, which suddenly grew to an enormous size. Wang Wei's brow immediately furrowed. Is that his Proving Tao artifact? And, tell me if you prefer Grand Construct or Grand Framework. I prefer the latter but open to changing my mind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1482 Trump cards. What appeared before Wang Wei was a massive copper ship that resembled ancient junk ships with a flat transom, sails made of horizontal panels composed of what seemed to be bamboo. He was confused because this artifact had the aura of time and that of a proving Tao artifact, but the information he knew about Time Eater said his artifact was a time ruler. "Surprise, are you?" Time Eater said. "But this is just the beginning." Time Eater disappeared by teleporting to the ship, which trembled slightly, a sign of its activation. A projection of the river of time manifested under the boat, followed by a complex magic circle. Bang! The magic circle released a white beam that traveled so fast that Wang Wei barely had the chance to move, resulting in the left side of his body disappearing. The thing is drawing such a tremendous amount of power from the river of time. Wang Wei was in the process of regenerating his body but discovered the process was slowed down at an alarming rate. Normally, it would be instant, but now, he found it would take more than half an hour to regenerate that missing part. Damn it, this artifact is a primal artifact, and what's worse, it's a Tao will focus one, Wang Wei thought before immediately swallowing the unsoiled body pill. The pill released an unknown power that instantly forced out the Tao will combined with time power out of Wang Wei's body before temporarily modifying his body to be immune to Tao will attacks. Bang! Another attack rushed toward Wang Wei and he raised his hand to summon numerous black gates to block the attack. The beam pierced his defenses, giving him enough time to evade. The ship moved its position before firing again. No, something is wrong, Wang Wei thought as he used another technique to defend himself. My intuition tells me this ship is capable of even greater destruction, but all these attacks seem to be measured, controlled, and with a purpose. Numerous thoughts flashed in his mind, analyzing the previous beams. In the meantime, Time Eater did not stop moving and attacking, slowly pushing Wang Wei to a corner. Damn it, his target is not me, but the seal, Wang Wei figured out. He immediately did something wild by creating an order disorder that affects the ship. However, Wang Wei knew there would be a backlash because of the difference in strength between himself and this artifact, so he ensured the backlash was suffered by both him and Time Eater, and the target was their willpower. Wang Wei held his head due to tremendous pain, blood dripping from his nose, with everything spinning uncontrollable. However, this did not stop him. He used this opportunity, where everything is paused, to send a communication talisman to the sect, asking them to contact all other factions. They had one objective, to reinforce this seal. "You annoying pest!" Time Eater roared. "All I wanted was to finish my mission while ensuring my safety, but you had to ruin everything. Go to hell, you bastard." The boat's magic circle started again, but the intensity of the light was even brighter than before. The light beam rushed with far greater speed than usual, not even giving Wang Wei the time to move. Luckily, his mind was faster than his body, allowing him to use one of his life-saving techniques, death immunity. He did not die, but his immunity did not mean immunity from injuries. Wang Wei coughed a mouthful of shining blood, which was in fact soul blood. My soul cannot withstand such intense usage of high-potency spells, Wang Wei thought, almost laughing at the irony. All his life, he never had to worry about his soul, but now, when he most needed such ability, it was no longer usable. I have to do something, and I have to do it fast, or I'll die in this fight, Wang Wei thought. He sensed numerous Paragon tier auras approaching, which reassured him. Now that he did not have to worry about this bastard escaping, he could focus all his effort on ending this battle. Wang Wei first summoned 13 peak Paragon defensive artifacts and put them into an array. Time Eater was not having this nonsense and started bombarding him. However, Wang Wei was strategic and chose artifacts with spirits and ordered them to burn themselves if necessary to buy him enough time. Then, he summoned his 13 fate palaces and combined them into his false river of fate. A ball of string flew out from his forehead or his sea of consciousness before the strings attached themselves to this false river of fate and to the real one, Wang Wei had connected to another grand framework. However, this was not the end of his trump card. He linked himself to his origin seal continent's River of Fate for an additional boost, amping him up to a level of power he had never felt before. Wang Wei did not let this power get to his head. Instead, he focused on the task at hand. "Receive fate's judgment," he uttered. His false River of Fate trembled before becoming a little less illusory. It had materialized a bit more. Then, it released a gray light toward the ship. Time Eater fought back. The river of time underneath the boat also became more tangible before fighting back. The two beams clashed, releasing a pure destructive force that tore apart the void. In a matter of seconds, Wang Wei and Time Eater found themselves in all-white space with no matter, no energy, gravity, and no space-time. The winner of the clash was obvious. Wang Wei had connections to 3 frameworks, while Time Eater was holding on purely based on skills or excellent applications of his only framework. So, after a brief clash of about 3 minutes, the fate beam started overwhelming the time beam. "This will not end so easily," Time Eater roared before transforming into his time beast form and sacrificing his flesh to increase the ship's attack potency. "No, I need his flesh intact for the plan," Wang Wei thought. He moved swiftly to access the power of the Origin Seal Continent's River of Time and Samsara to boost his attack and overwhelm his opponent. The attack reached the ship but did not destroy it. Instead, everything, including Time Eater, was placed in suspended animation. Wang Wei calmly watched the outcome and sighed in relief. However, he almost fell from the sky as a terrible sense of weakness overwhelmed him. "It's been a while since I've felt this tired," he thought as he swallowed a mouthful of pills. While recuperating, Heavenly Tao rebuilds the surrounding temporospatial structure. However, this place was now barren and would be so for a while. Wang Wei slowly flew to the boat. He could still feel this artifact fighting against his fate seal, which raised his alarm. However, his focus was soon directed to the chain Time Eater. "You look calm for someone about to die," Wang Wei said. "That's because this is not the end." "On the contrary, this is just the beginning," Time Eater replied calmly. "I can't tell whether you're delusional or you have something to rely on," Wang Wei said truthfully. "This will not be the last you see of me," Time Eater sneered before his eyes turned fierce. "And when you do, I will be a brand new man. I promise you, I will cut off your head and use your skull to make a wine cup." Not that you said this, I remember I promised to turn you into an artifact before making your consciousness into my dog," Wang Wei stated. "It's a shame I need you for something else, or I would have kept my promise." "Mark my words," Time Eater said with gritted teeth before terminating his soul. Fate's shackles appeared in his sea of consciousness, trying to prevent this, but it was useless. However, Wang Wei was not surprised by this outcome. From how Time Eater spoke, he knew he had something else up his sleeve. He was also protecting himself from a last-minute act of desperation. Wang Wei observed for a while before approaching the body. A white crystal flew from Time Eater's forehead, and he used his divine sense to check. "Most of the important memories are missing," Wang Wei sighed. As he was about to put the memory crystal away, he sensed a tremor. This was not a regular tremor from an earthquake or an intense use of energy or power, but a tremor from the very essence of the eternal ascension world. "This bastard did something," Wang Wei instantly thought before putting the body and boat away and flying away from the seal. Despite his weakness, Wang Wei used the Origin Sea Continent's fate powers to divine what was happening, but it was futile. "What did he do?" he muttered. "Did you sense that?" Monk Wuji said, talking directly into his mind. "Yes, but what exactly happened?" Wang Wei asked. "I don't know." "What do you mean you don't know?" "You know my control and influence over the world is at an all-time low. And whatever he did, the power used is on par with mine, if not greater," Mithreya explained. "Does Supreme Unity know?" Wang Wei asked with furrowed brows. "I'll ask and see if I can get some information from him," she replied. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1483 Spiritual Epiphany Primordial Chaos. Near the Eternal Ascension World, Maitreya stopped her attack and distanced himself from Supreme Unity. After noticing he was not attacking, she spoke, "Did you sense that?" Unfortunately, she receives a blank stare as a response. "Something has obviously happened to our home, and you're the only one capable of knowing what it is." Supreme Unity did not respond to her. Instead, he looked in the distance. His facial expression was as if he had facial paralysis, rendering it virtually impossible to glean any information. "You should understand how weak we are. If something goes wrong, we will only become resources to these ancient and mighty beings," Maitreya continued. "So, if you know something, tell me. You may not care what happened to everyone else, but you should care about your safety." Supreme Unity glanced at her. He knew something, but not as much as she believed. Heavenly Tao has regained most of its power because of that bastard Wang Wei, so Supreme Unity was only able to detect a foreign thing or maybe an entity had invaded the world, but nothing more. "Do you really not care anymore?" Maitreya asked with gritted teeth. She was not frustrated, but the terrifying sense of foreboding she felt before had returned after Time Eater's death. Maitreya practiced Buddhist ideals of kindness, compassion, and empathy. Due to her spiritual practice, her spirit was sensitive to others' emotions. The forewarning about the upcoming catastrophe was not just a warning of danger and possible death but of the devastation and pain that the entire world was about to face. Maitreya could sense the suffering the entire world, mortals or cultivators, was about to experience in the catastrophe. "What will happen if I help you?" Supreme Unity asked. "Will we suddenly start working together for the betterment of the world?" Maitreya's body jerked slightly. "If you stop your actions and make a few binding promises, I don't see why not." Supreme Unity looked her in the eyes. "After everything, you can still preserve a pure heart of compassion. I don't know whether I should praise your virtue or mock your stupidity. However, your answer is meaningless. You may have the capacity for forgiveness, but the others won't. In other words, the only logical course of action left for me is to continue this course and win." Supreme Unity knew he only had a few moves left to play, and they were not the best moves he could use in the current chess game. However, Time Eater's actions, while extremely dangerous, represent a new variable that could increase his chances of winning. Maitreya looked at him. She mulled over his words before memories of everything they've experienced together flashed in her mind. Then, she thought of the upcoming catastrophe and realized something. "I've always thought the world was a sea of suffering. As a paragon, I was helpless to do anything and accepted my fate. After acquiring this power, I thought I could change things, that I could help or save everyone. However, the reality was the opposite. I spend too much time keeping the balance while the world's suffering continues. Then, I was distracted, and the suffering intensified. My approach, from the very beginning, was wrong. I cannot save everybody, at least not at my current strength. That is a fact and something I must accept. A second fact I must accept is that some things are inevitable, so I should not try to change them forcefully. My way should be to help as many people as possible within the limits of my ability while pursuing independent self-improvement. One day, when I have risen to a higher level of spirituality, when I have escaped the sea of suffering, I'll be able to help all sentient beings to escape as well." Maitreya's body released a golden hue before immediately returning to normal. Her natural peaceful aura became more ethereal and all-encompassing, and her eyes became brighter. A bright eye is usually a sign of a higher spirit, so Supreme Unity immediately caught all those signs. An epiphany, Supreme Unity thought. And with how bright her eyes are, her spirit should have improved, which means her soul will also improve. If she fixes the flaw, no, even if she makes up a small part of the flaw, her strength will outshine me by miles. Their strength was relative, but if Mithraea had enough time to digest her epiphany and improve her soul, then the only thing awaiting supreme unity would be death. Knowing this, he immediately attacked her. Cultivating in their realm, especially for flawed individuals like themselves, requires time and high energy for improvement. So, he only needs to continue this fight to prevent her from improving. Regardless, time was no longer on his side. After Mithraea's voice disappeared, Wang Wei started to search the void for Time Eater's palace. To be exact, he was searching for the hidden dimension of the treasury. These kinds of places usually have a spirit to activate the array for protection or even move the dimension in case of an emergency, so he believed it should have survived, unless it stayed at the center of the fate and time clash. It took him a few minutes, but he found what he was looking for. Wang Wei used a time spell to freeze all the arrays and people inside before barging in. This bastard is indeed the richest of them all, but something is wrong. He scanned the treasury and soon had an answer. There was not a single ore, metal, or refining wood above tier 11. Wang Wei discovered many spiritual herbs, weapons, or finished materials of tier 12, but no ore or metal. As soon as he noticed this anomaly, he realized the cause. Time Eater used them to build something. Wang Wei first thought the latter used it to build the boat, but it made no sense given the ship's size. So, unless Time Eater had failed the refining process 10,000 times, it could not explain why all these materials were missing. Wang Wei waved his hand to cast Time Extraction, trying to recreate past events to see what materials Time Eaters took from this treasury. He hoped that by knowing the material, he might deduce the latter's goal. Sadly, his spell failed as Time Eater left no traces. Wang Wei did not immediately give up. Instead, he used his Fate Dao. He changed this room's fate to a book containing everything that has occurred. Wang Wei held a blank book in his palm before sighing deeply. He was extra careful. He shook his head before putting the treasury away and leaving the seal. His next task was to thank all the people who came to reinforce the seal, but before he could get to it, he sensed a drastic increase in his luck. Wang Wei closed his eyes, feeling the changes in his body. The invisible or illusory part of his Chi Luck Dragon increased by 10%, meaning he had acquired more transcendent luck. However, Wang Wei did not care for this reward. As he said to Bai Longxing, the transcendent path must be walked alone, meaning he would not trust or rely on something like luck. It may help, but it will never be his priority or primary focus. When Wang Wei opened his eyes, a swamp of paragons rushed to meet him. He recognized many acquaintances, but the vast majority were loose cultivators, who Wang Wei believed showed up because they believed an opportunity to gain merit was here. "Thank you all for showing up and providing your aid," Wang Wei said before cupping his hands to salute. The other paragons saluted in return. Although not everyone knew Wang Wei, his aura and intense residual energy/power from the previous battle made these paragon fearful. "And before anyone asks, yes, you will be rewarded by heavenly Tao once the lock is gone," Wang Wei said. Although his words were slightly blunt, these people were all thick-skinned and did not care for such a minor faux pas. "Lord Wang Wei, do you know when the lock will be gone?" "There are a lot of things needed for the process, but you can expect a solution in the next 20,000 yuan epochs," Wang Wei replied. "That's good to hear." Wang Wei was about to send everyone on their way when Sun Junyao suddenly said, "I sense a tremor between heaven and earth." What was that about? Wang Wei glanced at it. With her perfection essence, her senses were sharper than ever, so it made sense that she would notice. However, he did not want to spread news about the catastrophe before the lock was dealt with. It was Time Eater's last desperate attempt, Wang Wei explained. He tried using the power of his chess master. Wang Wei emphasized the word chess master to get his points across, and I stopped him. "I see," Sun Junyao nodded. Only the power of the two suns could affect the entire world. While she was satisfied, the others who did not feel the tremor had a puzzling look on their faces, and a few people who knew Wang Wei did not completely trust his words. However, he did not explain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1484. Time Eaters Past. Wang Wei had a brief chat with the people he knew before watching them leave. The Dao opening sect paragons waited for him, but Wang Wei did not immediately leave. Instead, he took the time to deal with the Sage Seal, previously used to imprison Time Eater. He did not allow the seal to dissipate. Instead, he used his power to nourish the devastated Central Time Domain. Wang Wei knew Heavenly Dao might use a little bit of World Source to return life to this area, or it might leave it a desolate zone. So, in the mindset of waste utilization, he used the sage power from the seal to return the area to life, acquiring a small portion of merit in the process. Let's leave, Wang Wei said to everyone before teleporting home. As soon as they returned, the others saluted him before returning to their respective homes. However, Wang Wei asked one paragon called Yan Buhai to remain. Go and summon all the sect's best professionals, Wang Wei instructed. All of them? Yan Buhai asked as her flaming hair danced in the wind. Yes, even the sealed individual, Wang Wei instructed. Very well. Yan Buhai flew away, leaving Wang Wei alone with matriarch Xie Huan. I noticed Kong did not come to reinforce the seal. Where is he? Wang Wei asked. Lin Fan and Su Shi showed up, but there was no sign of Kong. Your deduction was correct, sir, Xie Huan answered. As soon as you entered the seal, he and Nine Death went on a warpath against the weaker academies, forcing them to surrender. What about the ones associated with the Grand Sect Alliance? Did he touch any of them? He did. He really is ballsy, Wang Wei praised with a smile. Kong is not like him, with a powerful background to protect him, meaning one wrong move means the end of everything he holds dear. His actions showed he was risking everything to ensure his academy's prosperity. Did anyone intervene to stop him? Not openly, Xie Huan replied. Someone tried to assassinate him but failed. Was the assassin captured? No, it escaped. Quite capable, Wang Wei nodded. How is the flame blacksmith situation? All signs show he's slowly forgetting about the Dao Path tablet. He's probably leaving after the lock disappears, meaning we don't have much time, Wang Wei muttered. His master is a primal, so we must do a good job erasing the information. I can replace the agent looking at him, and accelerate the process. Go ahead. Xie Huan left for her new task, and Wang Wei talked to Wang Qi to receive reports. But not long after they started, Yu Kai came to see him. I've heard you've ordered the unsealing of some of our people. Powerful sects like the Dao opening sect have sealed individuals for various reasons. Some are on the verge of death, and no pills or power can save them, so they enter a seal for a last desperate attempt at survival. They also do so to become the sect's foundation by becoming suicide bombers during times of war. Some people seal themselves because the endless day of living without making progress is draining mentally, and they need a break. Last, the sect also faked the deaths of many people, turning them into hidden forces. These people cannot be seen on the outside unless absolutely necessary, and they often hide their identities, but some choose to seal themselves. I need the advice of experts, and it's of the highest priority, Wang Wei explained. It's that serious? It may be, Wang Wei replied. Is that why you're here? No, Yu Kai swiftly explained. Wang Wei had this kind of authority, so he would never come to question him. I came here because of that artifact you handed to me. We've detected several spies and our people with something wrong in their existence. I wonder what you plan to do with them. Wang Wei thought about it. He could purify them, but it might be better to use the knowledge that they are compromised. Have you already captured them? No, I didn't want to alarm everyone, so I haven't acted yet. But people saw you use the artifact over the entire sect, correct? Wang Wei asked. That's why. In that case, capture a few weak ones as spies and leave the rest alone. All right. Oh, and give me a list of the people compromised, Wang Wei added, and Yu Kai condensed a talisman with the information before leaving for his duty. Wang Wei soon finished his affair with Wang Qi, and Yan Buhai was still not ready. So, he started analyzing Time Eater's memory crystal. Long ago, Time Eater was a regular cultivator. He was slightly talented since he became a pseudo-eternal, but everything else about him was ordinary. But his fate soon changed not long after proving the Tao. He had a fortunate encounter in which he found a map and the diluted blood of a time beast in a hidden dimension. The blood allowed him to cultivate time as a sub-Tao, but what truly changed his life was the map. Time Eater, who at that time called himself the Mountain Sea Emperor for his cultivation of earth and water Tao, did not hesitate to travel the infinite trichiliocosm as a small and weak emperor. The journey was perilous, and to this day, Time Eater believed he only survived through sheer luck. But he found a fortunate encounter in a dark timeline with a captured and preserved time beast. Time Eater did not hesitate to take the creature's body and soul. His luck did not end here. When he was returning home, he encountered a group of bandits who wanted to take his wealth. After killing them, Time Eater found a superb technique from one of the bandits that allowed him to condense a perfect human avatar to hide his time beast's true body. Wang Wei's brow furrowed after seeing the memories up to this point. From then on, the memories are only pieces with jumps in time counted in the thousands, sometimes millions of yuan epochs. He combed through it and only learned 2 slightly valuable news and 1 significant one. For the somewhat valuable news, it was the fact that the hidden 8th moon, the disaster paragon, ran away. Secondly, Time Eater killed Monk Twin Flower. He even hid the vision of his death. The valuable information was something Time Eater muttered in one of the random memories. He said, "My deduction is correct. My boundless path is possible." That fortunate encounter was a trap to lure Time Eater into becoming a pawn, Wang Wei analyzed. Unfortunately, he still could not determine who was being everything, or their objectives. Wang Wei assumed these people wanted to return to their world, but that could be true, or he could also be missing something. Time Eater spent a lot of time traveling throughout the infinite trichiliocosm. Was he searching for a way to change his fate and become a boundless paragon? Numerous thoughts flashed in his mind. He said that all he wanted was to finish his mission while protecting himself. Did he encounter the event that turned him into a pawn during his travels, and was forced to act on these people's behalf? No, his hope of becoming boundless might have also been a plan to lure and control him. Wang Wei could picture Time Eater's life trajectory. The time beast's body granted him a high enough talent and allowed him access to an outlaw Tao. It also allowed him to cultivate in the Paragon realm without much issue. However, Time Eater wanted to make up for failing at the eternal path, and started searching for a method, probably inspired by the Dusk Emperor. However, little did he know that his very ambition and search for a method was a bait used to lure him into a trap. Time Eater then tried to accomplish his task while also accomplishing his goal. He was probably planning a way of escape once he became a boundless paragon, but Wang Wei killing him might have ruined his chances. Wang Wei shook his head. Time Eater thinks he had ruined his plan, but the bastard probably did not understand what terrible fate awaited him. Heavenly Tao had long determined his existence and chose to use him as a pawn, meaning once Time Eater had fulfilled his purpose, Heavenly Tao would not allow him to live long because of his betrayal. Of course, Time Eater could have survived if he had willingly sold his soul to Heavenly Tao, acting as a double agent for the other people who were treating him as a pawn. The information in his memory is not much, but it's not entirely useless, Wang Wei thought. With more information, he could see the larger pictures and know what to expect in the catastrophe. He also believes Time Eater's words that they would meet again. Alright, let's see if I can get more information from the boat, Wang Wei thought before leaving to meet Yen Buhai. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1485 Wang Bo, what's taking so long? Wang Wei asked as he teleported to an area of the sect called the Unknown Graveyard. The name was apt since it was filled with coffins, forming an eerie atmosphere. I'm removing the main seal, and it's harder than I thought, Yen Buhai explained, her face turning the same shade as her hair. It was the first task the primal seed handed to him, but she was failing. Main seal? Wang Wei asked. Oh, you're talking about the Sun Seal. All top factions will hide their forces, meaning that during the ultimate taboo, not all paragons attended. So, even after Time Eaters, the other moons, and Mithraea and Supreme Unity cleaned the world, they could not eliminate everyone unless they penetrated the inner secrets of these factions. Supreme Unity, no doubt, wanted to eliminate these people, but Mithraea was adamant about not going too far. So, they compromised and sealed these existences, preventing them from influencing the world and their subsequent ascension. Let me take a look, Wang Wei said as he approached. An invisible magic circle hung above the sky, affecting every coffin on the ground. The seal is designed so that only a fifth heaven paragon can break it, but the process would be slow. You only needed the professionals, so I've targeted the area affecting them, thus reducing the time needed, Yen Buhai explained. Don't worry, I don't blame you, Wang Wei reassured. His words made Yen Buhai secretly sigh in relief. Wang Wei then proceeded to help her by tearing apart the seal. I can understand why the future wife is mad at Mithraea, but am also grateful for her existence, Wang Wei thought as he watched the magic circle dissipate. Without Mithraea's existence to balance that hateful Taoist, who knows how much his sect or the entire world would have suffered at that maniac's hand. Simultaneously, Mithraea pushed many lines of morality to achieve success. Although she came from a good place, her actions still had many disastrous consequences. Is there anything else you need? Wang Wei asked. No, Yen Buhai replied before remembering something. Do you want me to wake a few more people to take charge? She had learned from the sect master that a few supreme elders were secretly sealed and could be awakened in a time of need. No need, just the talented and experienced professionals, Wang Wei replied. If a few supreme elders were awakening, Wang Wei would have to deal with a new power dynamic, but he did not have the time and patience for that now. Once the lock is removed, the ancestors can revive and take charge. Alright, Yen Buhai replied with a small, but not well-hidden grin. As one of the few paragons active in the sect, she now has a lot of power, and if she uses it correctly before the ancestors return, she can get enough benefit to help her future cultivation. Alright, Yen Buhai replied with a small, but not well-hidden grin. As one of the few paragons active in the sect, she now has a lot of power, and if she uses it correctly before the ancestors return, she can get enough benefit to help her future cultivation. Wang Wei had to wait another hour before meeting these people since many of them needed time to acclimate from the long sleep. As soon as he appeared, all eyes shifted to him, observing and even testing him. Wang Wei did not hide his natural aura. The last thing he needed was for these people to underestimate or use their seniority to fight with him. In the cultivation world, strength was respected, so no one could say anything else after realizing who they faced. The world is about to experience a catastrophe unlike anything it has seen. I have found a clue to this catastrophe and need your help to analyze it, Wang Wei declared. These old cultivators frowned after hearing his words, not hiding their confusion or skepticism. So, they began to deduce or divine the truth. Wang Wei snapped his finger, stopping all of them. He then used his divine sense to transfer knowledge of the era and the lock situation. He did not stop them when they tried to observe the lock to verify the truth. What a terrible era, an elderly man uttered. He was dressed in a casual black robe, and the odd thing about him was his missing front tooth. Boy, what's the evidence you speak of? You are? Wang Wei asked. Wang Bo, your sage origin rune, Wang Wei said. That's the stupid name that boy Qiyuan forced me to take, Wang Bo responded as he started picking his nose. It's an honor to meet you, ancestor, Wang Wei said, bowing deeply. This man's name may not be popular, but that's because he doesn't like fame. But even in the lower dimension, he is a legend in the Tao opening sect. When Ancestor Qiyuan started the sect, Wang Bo was the person responsible for building the foundation of the sect's professional Daos. In other words, he built the alchemy halls, weapon mountains, and so on. And when Qiyuan ascended, he took Wang Bo with him. He first reincarnated to walk the Emperor path before slowly crawling to the Paragon realm, and redoing the same for the upper dimension branch. Unfortunately, Wang Bo's talent was lacking. After an assassination attempt during the First Origin War, he received a Tao wound, which is a permanent wound to the existence that cut off his Paragon path. As a result, he could not move further than the third heaven and decided to seal himself. You're quite polite, aren't you? Wang Bo chuckled. Based on your face and demeanor, I thought you would be a stuck-up little brat. I have a lot on my plate and am currently in a no-nonsense mood. Otherwise, I'm a fun person to be around, Wang Wei replied truthfully. Yes, Wang Bo said with narrow eyes. I can see the burden of destiny on you, just like that brat Qiyuan back then, and just like Patriarch Heaven even before that. Heavenly Tao should really stop burdening our clan. The sect history never mentioned this old guy was alive during the heaven-opening Emperor's era, Wang Wei thought. Well, there are some advantages to being blessed by destiny, Wang Wei uttered. Let's not talk about this. Let me show you what I found. He waved his hand to summon the ship, immediately drawing Wang Bo and everyone else who was listening in silence. They surrounded the boat and started discussing animatedly. Is that Blackheart bamboo? No, it resembled source steel bamboo from the Twin Peak world. Someone spit on the ship and observed, no, it's not source steel bamboo. Don't discount it yet. It may have been modified with runes or mixed with something else. They discussed countless possibilities, but each was rejected after analysis or testing. Finally, when everyone was frustrated, someone said, I don't think this is from our universe. Are you stupid? Did the long sleep dull your mind? Yes, what nonsense are you talking about? If it's not from our universe, where is it from? Damn you bastard. I mean it's not from our timeline. Oh, then, why didn't you clarify? You guys just attack me before I even finish. It's not our fault you speak so slowly. We thought your brain was as slow as your speaking speed. Damn it, I'll fight all of you bastard. None of you has shown me respect, even though you know I'm the best around. The best? Now I know something is wrong with your mind. Alright, let's have it out. We'll have the primal seed as the witness. Focus, people, don't forget what is at stake, someone yelled. That's right. Yanzi is correct. The material is probably from another timeline. Does anyone have any experience in that matter? The only time I've traveled to another timeline was to find materials that were rare in our timeline. I've never studied whether they have their own unique or fauna. Me too. I've never even been to another timeline. Yeah, I never saw the point. I've only been there once to save my beloved Pinger. Alas, I still lost her a second time. Since we don't know about the material, let's focus on the refining process. I have something. The flame technique used is a combination of our world and a technique from the wood cradle world. Isn't that where the venerable pill sage lives? Now that you mention it, I had the honor of watching the venerable pill sage refine an elixir, and the flame technique does resemble the one used on this ship. Are you saying the venerable is connected to this thing? Not him, but his home world. Isn't it a little too early to say that? Maybe not, Wang Bo suddenly said. Most of the runes and techniques used on this ship differ from our timeline, but if you look closer, you will see that they share a similar root to the refining technique from the wood cradle world. Are you saying the technique used on this ship is from an alternate world of the wood cradle world? Wang Wei asked. Exactly. Something must have happened to deviate the technique from our timeline, but their roots are similar, Wang Bo nodded. That is something, Wang Wei said with a furrowed brow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1486 The Boat's Implications. Wang Wei thought that by learning of the wood cradle world's history and a few visits to unique timelines, he might get more clues about what's coming. The sect's library has a section dedicated to knowledge, information, and history about foreign worlds. Once he analyzed that information, Wang Wei would need to send someone to investigate or do it for himself. Boss Bo, come look at this, suddenly said an elderly man with a gray beard that touched the floor. However, the latter's lavish black robes and golden fan gave him a sage-like atmosphere and aura. Still, anyone with a decent sense could tell this sage-like aura was artificially created, which in fact reveals much about this person. What is it? Wang Bo asked. The energy signature and pattern of this boat is exact, almost uniform, Li Wen explained. This boat's blueprint was created for mass production, Wang Bo realized with shining eyes. Exactly, Li Wen nodded while fanning himself. Mass production? Wang Wei asked. The creator of the blueprint standardized the refining process to lower the difficulty and ensure as many of those boats can be created as possible, Wang Bo explained. He clicked his tongue. In other words, there are many of these boats, probably even legions. Yeah, Wang Bo nodded before clicking his tongue in wonder. This is a powerful artifact, and for someone to standardize it, I cannot fathom their level of skills. Time Eater used this artifact to manipulate the river of time. Given its shape, it's fair to say its primary use is navigation, to be precise, travel through the river of time, Wang Wei analyzed. If the people behind him have legions, it means they could travel to any chaos worlds or any timelines with relative ease, making them a well-cultivated force for grand-scale invasion. His words instantly made the room quiet. Everyone imagined how the sky turned dark as millions of these ships suddenly appeared in their world before releasing numerous powerhouses that started to slaughter and plunder. Is there a need for fear-mongering? After all, we don't know that for sure, someone said. Yes, there is no proof of any legion or invasion. There is proof, Wang Bo cut them. The primary runes used for the refinement are indeed for navigation, specifically the utilization of the river of time. Primordial chaos is vast, and one of the reasons that only paragons are recommended to travel is that they can bend the river of time to teleportation, allowing them to cover the distance between worlds at a relatively fast pace. Otherwise, any emperors or empyreans might spend 1 billion yuan epic traveling through primordial chaos without finding the nearest world. Boy, now that you know the situation, what do you need us to do? Wang Bo asked. I need you to reverse engineer this boat's design, Wang Wei replied without hesitation. Boy, I'll be honest with you, unless you can ask for Venerable Armament Sage or Venerable Rune Sage to study this thing, I doubt anyone else in the Chaos universe can reverse engineer this thing, Wang Bo said plainly, meaning Wang Wei frowned. These two held the Grand Dao source position for refining and Rune Dao, and they were not even from the Eternal Ascension world. So, how could he ask them for help? Wait, there is someone else who might be able to do it. Oh. Empress Wu, Wang Wei said confidently. Who? Wang Bo asked. That little rising star. Li Wen asked. Has she become so awesome since I went to sleep? He has a point, someone else said. Although Empress Wu has the Grand Source Seal position, her understanding of runes might not be inferior to the Venerable Rune Sage. Those are bold words, Wang Bo said, looking at the person who spoke with intense scrutiny. Not really. From what I know, they met during the Second Origin War and had a discussion. There is a rumor that they had a competition, and from the way the Venerable did not like to talk about the meeting, it's implied she defeated him. I didn't know such a great talent had appeared in the world, Wang Bo muttered. All his life, he had one goal, the Rune Grand Source position. Unfortunately, he failed, leaving his dream to his beloved disciple, Miscellaneous. Sadly, the latter's Tao involved the study of countless subjects, and Rune was just one of them. So, Wang Bo's dream was left to his second disciple, Yen Shurong. I hope that little bastard is all right, he thought. Yen Shurong had only reached the 9th heaven, 99%, by the time the ultimate taboo arrived, but he insisted on participating. Wang Bo hasn't heard any news, so he's a little worried. It's good that there is someone with such skill, but will she help us? Wang Bo asked. The fate of the world is in the balance, she has to help, Li Wen said. She doesn't have to do shit, Wang Bo said. You should not say something so naive. The essence of cultivators is and always has been to pursue their own interests. So, let me rephrase my question, what kind of price are we willing to pay for her aid? And if she refuses, how far will we go to get what we want? Don't worry, she'll help us without any issue, Wang Wei said with a smile. I wonder where your confidence comes from, kid, Wang Bo said before he suddenly realized something. He gently caresses his unkempt beard. I recognize those eyes. Are you trying to catch her as a wife? Wang Wei's lips twitched, making Wang Bo snicker. I'm glad you found love. I spent years convincing that boy, Qiyuan, to pass on his gifted bloodline, but he was never interested in romantic relationships. It was the same for that Yen girl, meanwhile, that Li boy forsook love after that woman chose someone else over him. It was such a waste for these youngsters not to pass on their strong bloodline. Wang Wei smiled to himself. He did not expect to learn this many juicy details about the ancestors' love life. It was great to meet someone with even more seniority than them, especially someone who knew them when they were young and knew all their embarrassing moments. Well, I'm glad you have some relationship with her, Wang Bo nodded. So, when are you asking her for help? She's currently sealed, for lack of a better word, so you have to start without her. Do the preliminary study so that she can finish the task early. Also, even if you cannot reverse engineer the ship's blueprint, start designing countermeasures to deal with them. Countermeasures, huh? They don't have to be perfect, as an initial plan will also do, Wang Wei explained. Although the catastrophe is coming, there is still time to prepare. We can do that, Wang Bo nodded. You can also try to build a cheap copy. The catastrophe is something the whole world has to deal with, so we can sell those cheap copies to others at an exuberant price to amass more resources to cultivate our people, Wang Wei added. Wang Bo chuckled at these words. It seems you're more greedy than Qiyuan and the Patriarch. I like it. Greed is kind of my thing. Anyway, you can start, and I don't think I need to remind you to get anything you want for this project. We know, Wang Bo said before waving him away. Wang Wei nodded and turned to leave. Then, he suddenly stopped and palmed his face. How can I be so stupid? Everyone looked at him oddly, but he ignored them. He slowly took out his primal seed token before teleporting an item. Is that? Wang Bo muttered, and everyone else had the same shocked look on their faces. That's right, the Skill Path Association's Tao Path tablet. I originally wanted to wait until Miscellaneous returned to copy it, but I think you guys can do it. Or, at the very least, get started and wait for him to finish it. Wang Bo raised his hand and immediately caught the tablet, looking at it more intensely than a harem protagonist who sees a jade beauty. Can we? You can use it as much as you want, but don't neglect the work for the replica, Wang Wei nodded. Thank you, Wang Bo said sincerely. With unlimited access to this thing, maybe there is hope for him. Wang Wei glanced at him and only nodded. He knew about the latter's Dao injury, but he did not know whether his acupoint technique could save him, so he did not say a word so as not to give him false hope. He'll try when he has time, but he won't make any promises. Wang Wei teleported away, returning to his mansion. However, he discovers Yu Kai is waiting for him. Why are you here again? Time Eater's treasury, you took it, right? Do you know what you're going to use it for? There is no need to ask in such a roundabout way. My original plan was to hand it over, Wang Wei replied. No, it's not, don't worry about it. Don't just hoard it. Once the lock is broken and everyone can cultivate, we will enter war mode. Are you serious? Yu Kai asked. War mode means all resources will be cheaper and more accessible. Wait for the right time and we'll discuss everything, Wang Wei said. Yu Kai nodded before leaving with the treasury. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1487. The fourth piece. Wang Wei sat cross-legged in his retreat room, thinking about the previous conversation with Wang Bo and the other professionals, trying to figure out if he missed something. Wang Bo reminded me I need to start preparing for Li Jun and Yan Liling's ascension. He needed to prepare the resources for these to cultivate the Empyrean Peak as soon as possible, then he would hand over one of the trials tokens to them. Yan Liling might want to try Wang Bo's legacy trial, Wang Wei thought. Wang Bo left a trial to select disciples, and so far, 2 people have passed, Miscellaneous and Yan Shirong. Although these people have probably never officially met or spoken to Wang Bo, they are his disciples. Wang Bo's seniority and achievements has granted significant influence on Qiyuan and power in the sect, so it's a good idea for Yan Liling to become his disciple and guarantee her position in the sect, Wang Wei thought. With power and influence, she'll have access to more resources and can cultivate faster. Wang Wei hopes he'll make some progress in creating his all-nurturing artifact from the source he received in the mortalhood trial. As long as he succeeds, he'll be able to drastically increase the time needed to cultivate paragons. Of course, he'll never be able to compete with the trial until he becomes a transcendent. His ambition is to reduce the time needed from millions of yuan epochs to hundreds of thousands. He doesn't know how long the catastrophe will last, but he knows it won't be short. Suppose the Dao opening sect and maybe the Eternal Ascension world have a method of rapidly cultivating paragons. In that case, they'll be able to recuperate their loss of upper echelon fighters and last longer in the catastrophe. Wang Wei shook his head to remove these thoughts. He then muttered, I wonder how little Jun and Linger are doing in the lower dimension. It's been a while, and he thought of them. However, Wang Wei knew this was not the time to be nostalgic and reined in his thoughts. Just as he was about to close his eyes to recuperate from the battle with Time Eater, Matriarch Xie Huan sent him a talisman about a matter that may be urgent, so she summoned him. What's the matter? A devil loose cultivator slaughtered a small mortal dynasty at the far end of our territory, Xie Huan reported. Is something wrong with the cultivator? After receiving the news, I felt something was wrong and investigated. I discovered an almost disappearing trace of incense in their soul. You think this is the Divine Faith Haven's retribution for what I did to them? Wang Wei asked. The proof is almost non-existent, but it looks like it's the case. Wang Wei ran his hand through his head as he mulled over these words. They only sent an Empyrean to the seal, correct? He remembered that the Divine Faith Haven's participant tried her best to remain inconspicuous among all these paragons. Yes. Although she brought a paragon artifact, she was indeed just an Empyrean. Spread a rumor that their faction has secretly surrendered to the enemy and is working in secret to destroy any plan involving eliminating the lock. That's why they didn't send a paragon, Wang Wei ordered. What's the point of that? They can wash away their name as long as they reveal they had no active paragon, Xie Huan asked. Such an admission will embarrass them slightly, but it won't affect them in any meaningful manner. These loose cultivators are restless after acquiring power. They also know there is an intense power vacuum with the disappearance of the ancestors, and it won't be long before things return to normal once the lock is gone. They need to take advantage of the situation before it's too late. So, what do you think they will do after hearing the Divine Faith Haven admitting they had no paragons? Even if they don't admit it, the rumors are enough to embolden them, Wang Wei explained. He understood why Tong Ruobing destroyed the southern Chu dynasty and why she did it in such a public and grandiose manner. The weaker overlords have a higher chance of being attacked, and Wang Wei's actions are just to give them a target. I understand, Xia Huan said before bowing down and disappearing into the shadows. Wang Wei proceeded with his recuperation. Most of his injuries were minor due to the protection of the unsoiled body pill, but his soul was heavily drained and burdened, so he needed to alleviate the issue. It took a few pills and 250,000 years, but he finally returned to peak. After exiting his retreat, Wang Wei swiftly learned of what happened during his absence. Kong became bolder after realizing Wang Wei was not paying attention to him. About 50,000 years ago, a group of cultivators invaded the Divine Faith Haven and successfully retreated with one person severely injured and the others with minor injuries. Their attempt appeared unsuccessful, but the idea that they escaped from one of the overlords emboldened the other loose cultivators, prompting them to start testing other factions. Over the past 50,000 years, more incidents have occurred worldwide as the loose cultivators' actions had domino-like effects, affecting everyone else. Wang Wei did not focus too much on these affairs. Instead, he summoned Wrath. Are you ready? I am, Wrath nodded. And you know the risk. Don't worry about me, she reassured. Good, let's get started. Wrath activated the power of nothingness, becoming invisible. Then, she shrunk herself to be smaller than a quark before attaching herself to Wang Wei. Wang Wei found Yu Kai to get another unsoiled body pill before heading to get the fourth piece for his plan, the primogenitor devil's broken transcendent artifact. He sent a request for his visit before teleporting to the Heavenly Serpent Empress domain, waiting for an answer to the request. The most popular area of this domain was the City of Sin, which was called a city despite being an entire world, and also the primary residing area of the Heavenly Serpent Empress. As soon as Wang Wei arrived, his senses saw a world of pink due to all the intense emotional and lustful aura/energy of this place. He understood why people describe this place as where one can experience the most beautiful or vile form of pleasure the mind can concoct. As Wang Wei slowly visited this city, he could not describe what he saw. He thought he was pretty open-minded as a modern person, but what he saw challenged this notion. Even without the internet, people were sexual deviants, and adding cultivators' godly power is a recipe for disaster. In one corner of the street, he saw a young couple sweet-talking with each other by making poems, but after walking a little distance, he saw people partaking in blatant sexual activities. Some were flying in the air, others were transforming into different animals and races to test out possibilities. Not far from this area, a young emperor watched his partner enthralled in the passion of love with a flame elemental creature. Wang Wei only knew they were partners because the woman kept asking excitedly, "Husband, can you see me?" and the young man kept nodding with a grin on his face. Sir, wait up," someone yelled at him to stop him. "You look like someone who understands pleasure derived from pain. Are you interested in visiting our lustful torturing? You can inflict the pain or have someone else inflict it on you. The choice is yours, but if you do choose the former, you sign a contract not to kill our girls. We've spent a lot of resources training them. Of course, it won't matter if you bring your own partner. BDSM in the cultivation world. I've officially seen it all," Wang Wei thought speechlessly to himself. "No, thank you." "Are you sure?" the man asked, looking at him strangely. Wang Wei walked away, thinking what it said about him that this man thought he was this kind of person. Well, he knew what kind of person he was, so it didn't really matter. I should bring Hunger here one day, Wang Wei thought as he walked away. Unlike me, she's not too into public displays of affection, so she'll probably reject the offer. However, I may be able to convince her to recreate this place. We can use clones to reenact all these vile things. That should be an experience. Wang Wei could not help smiling as he thought about this future. He had to find a regular and to rest because he had never received news from the Empress. On the contrary, he had to wait 10 days before someone contacted him. A power play, huh? Wang Wei thought. Such blatant disrespect has revealed much, and it appeared the meeting was starting on a bad leg. He calmly looked at the woman before him. What did you say your name was again? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1488 An uncomfortable meeting. You can call me Madame Shun, said a beautiful woman with bodacious curves. She did not fit the mold of the typical beauty of the cultivation, which favors thin women with pale skin. She was not fat. Instead, she was developed in all the parts that mattered. Wang Wei looked at her up and down before focusing on her tight clothes. If Li Jun was here, he would say he envied her robe, he thought. Madame Shun, it's a pleasure to see you finally. I'm sorry for the delay, but Her Majesty was occupied with something important and we had to cut off contact with the outside, Madame Shun said with a wide smile that showed all her white teeth. To compensate for our mistake, we will offer you a 1,000,000-year free pass to the City of Sin, Madame Shun continued. The City of Sin was where people could experience their wildest desires without judgment. For many cultivators who are bored with their endless life or cultivators who use lust and depravity as their cultivation source, this place is a heaven. However, it is not free. On the contrary, most ordinary cultivators cannot afford a 1-year stay in this place. So, a pass for 1,000,000 years was considered a great reward. I'll accept the compensation, Wang Wei nodded, and he immediately detected surprise from Madame Shun's eyes. Not expecting me to accept? I must admit, I didn't. Most outsiders who came here find this place disgusting, even though many visit secretly under different names and appearances, Madame Shun admitted. I'm not the type of person to refuse something valuable offered to me. Plus, even if I don't use it myself, I'm sure I can exchange it for a hefty price if I found the right user, Wang Wei explained. As you wish. Madame Shun handed him a token with the character for 1,000,000 before waving her hand to manifest a blue portal. Now, follow me, the Empress is waiting for you. Wang Wei slowly stood up to walk through the portal. He found himself in this large dynasty-esque palace with numerous people walking in and out. The first thing he noticed was the perfect balance of woman and man. In most palaces, women are servants and are rare and few, but in this place, it was an ideal balance. However, Wang Wei noticed that all the people in eunuch uniforms were men. Throughout history, eunuchs were forced to be neutered to destroy their legitimacy at the throne in case they usurped it, and to prevent them from secretly sleeping with the emperor's wives and concubines. Is that why she chose only men? She didn't want anyone tempting her husbands and concubines. This heavenly serpent empress is a character, Wang Wei thought as he followed Madame Shun to somewhere deep in the palace. He noticed the color palette of this palace was purple. Is her favorite color also purple? If so, maybe I can use that as a conversation starter, Wang Wei thought. The walk lasted only 5 minutes, but they soon arrived. Madame Shun pointed to a room and Wang Wei gave him a strange look. He only entered after she nodded. A woman lay on a bed surrounded by black transparent drapes. A small table with food and wine was strategically placed about 5 meters from the bed. The heavenly serpent empress slowly exited the bed, revealing her long legs and jade skin. If Wang Wei did not have incredible willpower, his nose would have immediately started bleeding. The empress was not wearing a hanfu, but what could be described as a barely transparent red sleeping dress made of unknown silk with floating appendages. Her black nail polish, red clothes, and purple hair with black tips somehow perfectly matched to elevate her unearthly beauty and unworldly sexiness. Wang Wei did not shy from looking, but while he was enjoying the view, he was also observing. As expected, there is a slight transcendent power protecting her. No, it seems to be hiding her true strength. You won't even hide the fact you're peeping? The Heavenly Serpent Empress asked. If your Majesty is willing to show, I'm willing to watch and appreciate it. Bold, aren't you? She chuckled. So, I've been told. The way you looked at me, the Heavenly Serpent Empress said, her eyes and mouth appearing to be smiling. It's almost as if you can see through my clothes. I tend to have this effect on people, especially women, so please don't mind, Wang Wei replied. Bold and funny, aren't you something? She smiled charmingly. Tell me, are you also daring? I'd like to think I am. Then, show me. Come to me and boldly rip my clothes before letting your instinct dictate what comes next. Wang Wei's mouth opened for a few seconds as he stared motionlessly. He smiled wryly, as tempting as that is, I'm afraid I have to decline the offer. So, you're not as daring as you claim. Maybe not to this extent. The Heavenly Serpent Empress' eyes became more tender, a man who can admit his fault. I'm liking you even more. Come, sit, and let's talk. Wang Wei accepted her offer and sat at the dining table. The Heavenly Serpent Empress poured him some wine before filling her cup. You're Wang Wei, right? That's right, Your Majesty, Wang Wei nodded. Don't be so informal. Call me Si Mei Hui, better yet, call me Huier, she replied in a gentle voice. I thought her name was Lu Chuntao. Is she trying to hide her identity from the old era, or does she have the knack of changing her name every so often? Wang Wei thought. I wouldn't dare call you so intimately, so how about we compromise and I call you Lady C? Lady C, huh? I've never been called that. I think I like it, she replied before sipping her wine. So, Wire, what do you think of my kingdom of sin? Wang Wei's lips twitched. Can this woman be more shameless? Regardless of his thoughts, he still responded. It's a great idea. So many cultivators are sexually repressed, so I'm glad there is a safe space for them to explore their fantasies. Otherwise, heaven knows what these people would do. This has been one of my objectives from the beginning, but everyone else looked down on him, and some of these scholars even tried to label me as a devil cultivator, the Heavenly Serpent Empress smiled. I'm glad we think alike. The literary way has done irreparable damage to the world's culture and development, Wang Wei nodded. Confucianism has fundamentally dictated China's cultural identity for thousands of years, and in this world, the literary way did the same thing. It seems you get it, the Heavenly Serpent Empress replied as she gently moved her hair behind her ears. Back to the topic, is there something that caught your eye during your visit? Something you would maybe want to try? Wang Wei sipped his tea while cursing his life and existence. This conversation is any protagonist's wet dream, but he has to control himself because of an undetermined relationship. I feel so aggrieved. He mentally slaps himself. Come on, Wang Wei, your mother raised you better than that. Controlling yourself and not cheating is the bare minimum in a relationship. There are quite a few things that intrigued me, Wang Wei replied. I'm hoping to convince my wife to try them. Oh. And do you think it will work? The Heavenly Serpent Empress asked with a slight smirk on the corner of her mouth. Although she's not open to trying almost everything as I am, she's pretty open-minded and experimental. So, I like my odds. Pretty open-minded, you say? Is she open enough for another woman to join your bedroom? She asked while looking him in the eyes and slowly sipping her wine, ensuring her creamy tongue was on display. She's pretty rigid about that kind of thing, Wang Wei hurriedly said. She's even willing to go to extreme lengths to prevent me from getting with other women. Aren't you the man of your relationship? Can't you just order her to do it? The Heavenly Serpent Empress insisted. Sadly, she's the one wearing the pants in the relationship. I'm working hard to regain my manhood, but I still have a long way to go, Wang Wei admitted with pure eyes, making the Heavenly Serpent Empress body paused. She chuckled with an angelic voice before saying, I don't know whether I should look at you with disdain or respect for admitting this. I think you should respect it. After all, honesty is the best way to live life, Wang Wei replied. If only that were true, the Heavenly Serpent Empress sighed. It appears you're not interested in a wonderful night of passion with me. It's your loss since it would have been the most memorable night of your life. I'm sure it would have been. Tell me, why are you here? The Heavenly Serpent Empress said while looking at him directly as her eyes turned reptilian. However, her allure was gone, replaced by the majesty of a terrifying ruler. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1489 Negotiation. Here it comes, Wang Wei thought, feeling a headache coming. In his short conversation with the Heavenly Empress Serpent, he could tell what kind of person she was, unpredictable. She does not follow societal norms and can change her mood, as if she were changing her clothes. Crazy people and her kind are the two types that Wang Wei least likes to deal with since it's challenging to map out their behaviors. I'm here for the primogenitor devil's weapon, Wang Wei revealed, and the atmosphere immediately became even more tense. I had a feeling this would be the case, the Empress replied. It is the last key to remove the lock, so I must get it. However, I understand this is your property, so I promise to return it upon succeeding my goal, Wang Wei explained. How do you know it's in my hands? She asked. She has kept that secret for countless yuan epochs and even hid the weapon from the two sons. So, how did this little brat know about it? Wang Wei thought about how to answer. I met the primogenitor in the lower dimension. After promising to save the remaining members of his clan, he told me about it. Isn't he dead? Oh, it should be an obsession, the Empress nodded. Your Highness, what's on your mind? Wang Wei asked. Now that it's business, I'm no longer Lady C. Si Meihui rolled her eyes, making Wang Wei roll his eyes. Who was the one who made the atmosphere tense and stiff? Sadly, he had to control himself and retain his business smile. Well, unfortunately for you, I can't do that. Why not? I believe everyone, including you, does not want to live forever in this cage, right? Wang Wei asked. You have a point, but my answer remains the same. Lady C, be reasonable. The lock's destruction will benefit everyone, including you. If you give the weapon, Heavenly Tao will reward you with purple merit. Reasonable. Why does everyone want me to be reasonable? Does it look like I want to be sensible? I go out of my way not to be reasonable, she snapped back. Wang Wei could see the madness seeped through as her nail elongated and her hair dancing behind her like living snakes. What you're saying is you purposely act unreasonable. It sounds like you allow other people's view or criticism to affect how you behave, Wang Wei swiftly said. Si Meihui's pupil dilated, her snake hair paused, and her aura diminished slightly. The state lasted a few seconds before she suddenly smiled, acting like the previous volatile state was someone else. I guess I never thought about that. You're right. I can be reasonable. I'm glad to hear this. I promise to return the weapon and willing to sign a binding agreement, Wang Wei said as his body relaxed a little. Come back in about 500,000 yuan epoch, Si Meihui nodded. Pardon me. Come back in 500,000 yuan epoch and they'll lend you the weapon, she uttered, almost making Wang Wei lose his composure. He controlled the urge to call and ask if she was mad. Do you understand the consequences of waiting for so long? All the advantages we have so far will be gone. 250,000 yuan epic is enough time for that bastard to recuperate and concoct another fucked up plan. By then, we will all be doomed. You are underestimating the people of the world, Si Meihui replied while dismissively waving her hand. The world will suffer, true, but we will survive and become stronger afterward. Wang Wei glanced at her, realizing she truly believes these words. He did not know whether she was stupid or too confident in the members of her generation. Why does she want to wait so long? Could this be the time needed to reach the half-step transcendent realm? It's unlikely since she took the primogenitor devil's descendant to use their blood to control the weapon. The greater possibility is she needs time to completely wash away the primogenitor's mark and gain absolute control. It's good you have this level of faith, but I can't take the risk, Wang Wei stated. So, the weapon must leave with me. And how are you going to take it? Si Meihui said, looking him in the eyes. I can tell that no amount of words will convince you, Wang Wei said. He had plenty more words of persuasion, including blackmail by revealing to the world the weapon was in her hands, or other threats. However, he knew all of this would be pointless. So, he swallowed the remaining wine in his cup. So, let's decide this with our fist. Fighting and slaughter are primitive concepts that we should have long evolved past. But they've become one of the fundamental truths of our society, Si Meihui said as her eyes turned into a serpent, and her nail polish turned red. Let's find an isolated place for this fight, Wang Wei suggested. And give up my advantage, she sneered as countless magic circles appeared above the sky. Wang Wei calmly looked at the array above him. If you don't want to lose everything you've worked for, I suggest you accept my proposal. What does that mean? Si Meihui asked. Before coming here, I told my sect that in 2 hours, if I don't return, contact them, or be seen fighting somewhere, they should bring more than 1,000 Paragon artifacts to destroy everything in this domain. Your palace is the core of your formation, so it should survive the bombardment. But it's hard to say about your little kingdom of sin. Si Meihui looked at him before slowly licking her luscious lips. Your ability to switch from a diplomat to a cold and calculating murderer is so seductive beyond words could describe. It's one of the many things my wife found attractive about me, Wang Wei replied calmly as he slowly stood up. She's a lucky lady. But it doesn't matter. Once I defeat you, you will be my spoil, Si Meihui said. If you want to seek your death, go ahead. The Empress chuckled, choose your battlefield. Wang Wei did not hesitate and opened a portal to a desolate star field. A few seconds later, the Empress followed him, but she was now completely different. Her night dress was gone, replaced by a green outfit. Of course, Si Meihui did not wear regular female armor, but one with a skirt and revealed too much skin. Such armor would usually be impractical, but with the proper refining technique, those exposed areas have the same level of protection, invisible shields, as anywhere else. That aura, Wang Wei analyzed. Is that Earth Dao? It's been a while since I had a decent battle. Don't disappoint me, young lover, she uttered as a trident materialized in her hand. She raised it above her shoulder before throwing it. Wang Wei immediately felt a terrifying pressure looming over his head. The trident was fast, and before Wang Wei could barely react, it had reached his destination. With no other choice, he raised his hand to catch it, resulting in him flying into the distance, crashing into countless planets, stars, and gas giants. The weight and density of the trident were too much. How strong is Wang Wei? When he was a young mortal, he used to carry planets and stars as a way to cultivate his body. And at this stage, his strength cannot be comprehended by the mortal mind. Yet, this trident was too heavy for him. The weight of the earth, Wang Wei thought as he finally stopped the trident. This attack was not based on her strength or accomplishment in the realm of body refining. Si Meihui's technique allowed her to use the weight of the eternal ascension world, which can be described as a finitely expanding world created by fusing countless other infinitely expanding worlds. Swish! Si Meihui appeared at the end of the trident and punched him with a rock fist encasing her hand. Wang Wei raised his hand to materialize a yin-yang symbol, using its power to divert the strength from the attack. A booming sound echoed between heaven and earth, resulting in countless planets, suns, systems, and galaxies turning into cosmic dust due to the force and vibration of the attack. Most of the redirected attack was towards Si Meihui, but she casually absorbed the force and vibration before pulling the trident from Wang Wei's hands and stabbing him. Her attack released an earthquake of unparalleled magnitude, creating void tears in the surroundings. Luckily, this part of the star field was now an empty zone after the previous attack. Wang Wei was ready for an attack and reacted swiftly by teleporting out of range. Si Meihui followed him like a hunter that had found her prey, but before she could attack, he said something that stopped her. Wait. What? Are you surrendering so soon? The Empress asked with rage written all over her face. You're not Si Meihui, are you? Wang Wei asked. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1490 Reality Check, Unedited Chapter. Si Meihui paused briefly before smiling at him. Who am I if not Si Meihui? You're the Serpent Boulder Empress, Li Chuntao, but that's not your only identity, right? Wang Wei asked. Keep going, her smile intensified. You're probably one of the most unique cultivators I have seen, Wang Wei commented. The Heaven Nether Serpent is an extinct ancient primordial life form that should have been on par with fiend gods. It's one of the few ways someone can instantly re-establish their foundation, re-walk the eternal path, or change their Tao, as its blessing allows a cultivator to experience a unique form of samsara similar to rest without any punishment or side effect. You must have found a remnant of the heavenly nether serpent and combined it with your 9 serpent monarch bloodline. You've even noticed that. I met someone with the 9 serpent monarch bloodline, so am familiar with it, Wang Wei replied. He had secretly observed and studied Yi Dafa's wife, the noble serpent Empress, in the lower dimension. What else did you see? Lu Chuntao asked, her smile remaining the same. The way you perfectly combine these powers is brilliant. You use the concept that names have power and cultivated name Tao. Each name you choose is a different personality, individual life experience, and unique Tao created from the unique samsara of the heavenly nether serpent. You also choose a unique bloodline. Lu Chuntao was created from the primordial earth serpent and uses earth Tao. Si Meihui should be the personality who has cultivated the lust Tao. If I guess correctly, she should have the primal lust serpent bloodline from the 6 desires 7 emotions serpent family. You were able to learn and deduce all of this in just a few seconds of battle. Your brilliant mind makes me want you even more, Li Chuntao said with burning eyes of passion. Unfortunately for you, your attempt at stalling and secretly trying to influence my soul to a more agreeable personality is pointless. They are all me, and I am them. They are not different personalities, but more like alternative versions of myself with one mind and serve one purpose. Well, I had to try, Wang Wei sighed. Assuming she was a primal paragon, he could not approach this battle as he did the others. So, without hesitation, he popped the unsoiled body pill and summoned the weapon the blacksmith flame and the poison demoness made for him, a purple spear. Additionally, he also connected to his grand constructs, Source Chi Space, Samsara, River of Time, and River of Fate. So, you want to get serious, huh? Fine by me, Li Chuntao said as her body changed. Her armor changed into a proper black robe, her trident turned into a saber, and her eyes released lightning. How about I let Leia Huang play with you, she chuckled. She disappeared, leaving a trail of lightning in her path. As soon as Leia Huang reached Wang Wei, she slashed her saber with unparalleled force, forcing him to hold his spear with both hands to block her. His body was forced a few meters into the sky, but he held on. The devouring lightning serpent bloodline, Wang Wei complained. It was another primordial life form born in primordial chaos, with the power of primordial lightning and a bit of devouring Tao. With that one attack, Wang Wei felt a bit of strength was devoured, weakening him slightly. Is this the strength of a primal? He thought. He noticed that Leia Huang did not need to manually connect to other grand constructs like him, it was natural for her. Additionally, while he had a connection to 4, she only had access to 2, primordial chaos and the grand Tao source. Lei Wang's way of acting was that of a saberman, aggressive. As soon as Wang Wei was on the defensive, she took advantage of the momentum. Wang Wei had learned from the first clash and drastically increased his speed and reaction time by replacing his nerves with strings from the River of Fate. So, when the saber reached him, he had plenty of time to release his attack, Domain of Death. Unfortunately for him, Lei Wang's purple lightning tore apart the pseudo-death world he encased her with. Wang Wei stabbed the spear, timing his attack to match perfect for when Lei Huang leaves the domain. He wanted to place a shackle of fate on her bloodline, restricting access to others and limiting the current one. Unfortunately for him, a serpent head materialized around her and swallowed his chains. Lei Huang then made a grabbing motion and Wang Wei lost control over his body and flew toward her. What the hell? Electromagnetism. He immediately realized her attack worked similarly by resonating with the electro impulses in his body and controlling them. However, primordial lightning functioned more as a pure destructive force, meaning she would need subtle control and application to achieve such a feat. More importantly, she easily bypasses all of the defenses of Wang Wei's fleshly body. Wang Wei pushed his space Tao to the limit as he tried to escape this grasping technique, but it was useless. Lei Huang punched him in the stomach, sending him flying away. However, before he could fly far, he sent his spear toward her using one of his most potent attacks, Fate of Tao, pure destruction. Inspired by Tian Xian, he created this superb technique by using his Fate Tao to control the destruction Tao. Then, he added all his other Tao to the power of destruction, using the chaotic mix as a form of destruction to boost it. Lei Huang raised her hand to block the attack. Her skin was protected by a thin film of dense lightning acting as armor. They confronted each other for a few seconds before Lei Huang was the winner. She caught the spear before checking her palm, smiling at the small amount of blood. You're not bad. Although your cultivation is only 95%, you've developed many pseudo-unique skills, a pseudo-unique Tao will skill, and your ability to protect your chronospirit has also reached the threshold, she commented. There are 3 basic requirements for someone to become a primal paragon. The first one is a unique skill or technique that can instantly kill a peak paragon, in other words, killing them in one strike. The second requirement is a unique Tao will skill that can remain unremovable inside a peak paragon's body for at least 10 minutes to facilitate their easy death. Lastly, a primal paragon must be able to find the time mark of a peak paragon within 24 hours of their death to eradicate them completely. Once all the requirements are met, the paragon will receive a blessing from heaven and earth to establish their status and give them certain benefits. Of course, all these requirements are the bare minimum to become a primal. There is a difference between primals. Things like how many unique skills they have, how they use them, and their control over grand constructs determine how powerful they are when they face each other. Unfortunately, you have too many weaknesses, Lei Huang shook her head. Your soul is incomplete, meaning you'll be drained after using such potent techniques. And even if your soul was complete, without the nourishment from heaven and earth for the primal title, you probably couldn't use more than 10 attacks. The unsoiled body pill can only protect you for a few more minutes against my true will, and while you're excellent at protecting your time mark, you're still far away from mastering a unique technique at finding others. The spear is a primal artifact and should have boosted your techniques, but it's obvious you're not used to using weapons to fight, preventing you from using its full power. Little boy, you're no match for even an ordinary primal paragon, let alone me. Lei Huang admitted she was a late bloomer. She became a primal near the end of the Second Origin War and hid the truth to protect herself. However, her time during the Seven Moon era immensely benefited her. While her cultivation had reduced in the early stages, she experienced her last samsara and used this opportunity to build a personality dedicated to creating unique techniques to increase her strength among primals. Wang Wei looked at the spear. The flame blacksmith is nowhere near the level of building such a weapon, but he succeeded with the nourishing power from the trial. However, Lei Wang's words were correct, at least partially. And one more thing, Lei Huang said gleefully. Did you really think you could poison me? Her robe changed to a dark green, and her lipstick and nail polish changed from a light pink to dark purple. Lei Huang, or no, now, the poison consort, opened her mouth to swallow the invisible and undetectable poison in her body and the surroundings. Whoever made this poison is talented, but their cultivation is weak and relies on foreign forces to boost its potency. Unfortunately, their understanding of that foreign force is also limited. Wang Wei sighed. He could admit he now had an understanding of how powerful primal paragons were. Let's hope Plan B works. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1491 Plan C. Wang Wei could feel it, his breathing was laborious, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and a few parts of his body ached. His body was acting as if he were immortal. Only one attack and I'm already breathing heavily, he sighed. His attack was powerful, and in the battle with Time Eater, he could use a few of them. But now, after being boosted by the primal artifact, he already felt drained. She's right. Without becoming a true primal, using such a power is too much of a burden on my soul. After experiencing the nourishment of heaven and earth, a primal paragon's soul will be optimized, allowing them to use their unique/ultimate technique with as little burden as possible on their souls. Wang Wei looked at the poison consort, and the playful nature in her eyes almost riled him up. However, he controlled himself. Since the enemy wanted to play around and give him a chance to come on top, he would take it. He raised the spear and pointed it at his forehead. The artifact fused with his body, and his aura increased exponentially. Wang Wei clenched his hand, feeling the power coursing through his veins. He looked at the poison consort and punched. The attack was simple, with no lights, no manipulation of concepts, just a punch. However, the power was beyond what a mortal mind could fathom. Under that single punch, the stars dimmed, the galaxies shrank, space-time bent into a singularity, the laws of heaven and earth creaked in pain as if reality itself was screaming. Finally, fate lost its power for a brief moment under the power of that punch. The poison consort smiled as she watched the attack reach her. Your strength finally reached that level. She exploded into a purple gas cloud, forcing Wang Wei to move out of the way. However, as soon as he arrived at his destination, he vomited a large mouthful of blood. What a potent poison, he thought before using the power of nothingness inside his body to swallow the poison. Meanwhile, the poison consort appeared a few light years away from him, but she wore the previous armor. In other words, she had now switched to the Li Chuntao personality. Wang Wei teleported before her and kicked her. He controlled every atom in his body and used his grand mist will to create a universe inside the atoms. He burned these universes to power his attack. Li Chuntao encased her body in rocks before turning her trident into a shield, blocking the punch. Lu Chuntao's body slid in the air, her footsteps creating void cracks in the process. Wang Wei's eyes lit up before firing a heat vision attack. Li Chuntao raised her shield to block, but this attack was blessed by Freedom Dao, and it was free from any defense or blockade. So, the heat passed through the shield to hit Li Chuntao's head. Sadly, it did no damage. She was connected to the death, and Wang Wei's attack was akin to him trying to destroy all the soil, mountains, or earth of most of the Eternal Ascension world. Damn it, he cursed. He realized she chose this persona because it had the highest defense, and the Empress wanted to wait until he was tired to capture him. Wang Wei used his 2 fingers as a blade, blessing it with his karma Dao to cut off the connection between Li Chuntao and the earth. Unfortunately, he had to experience the mental torture of fighting a master of defense. Wang Wei's attack hit the connection, but even that connection had a terrifying defensive measure protecting it. Although you hide it very well, I can feel your frustration, Li Chuntao giggled. Wang Wei ignored her as he summoned countless strings of fate, trying to strangle her. His strings entangled her, but it did nothing. Li Chuntao became as sturdy and unchangeable as the earth, to the point that even fate could not affect her. Wang Wei could feel the strength rapidly sapping out of his body, meaning he had to finish this as fast as possible, or find a way to buy him more time. How long do you need? He asked. Sorry, there is some complication, so I need a little longer. Wang Wei did not show any expression, but he was not in a good mood. Despite his best effort, he greatly underestimated the strength of a primal paragon, and now, Plan B was delayed. He exhaled, thinking of his next move. The answer came to him immediately, and he stopped attacking. What? Already tired? Li Chuntao asked, but Wang Wei did not answer. Instead, he took out a few soul-replenishing pills and tried to swallow them. Not on my watch, Li Chuntao said as she instantly teleported before him. She attacked him with the shield, not caring that it was a defensive weapon. However, Wang Wei was only baiting her. As soon as she came close, his body released a terrifying level of power of nothingness, annihilating everything in its path. She's too quick, Wang Wei thought with gritted teeth. At the last minute, a burst of lightning surrounded the Empress, and she moved away from the center of the attack. Although it touched her a bit, it was nothing for her. Boundless paragons are better than regular paragons because of their passive defense and regenerative ability. Because of the eternal characteristics in their existence, boundless paragons heal faster from normal injuries, and they have a higher immunity to Dao will attacks, making it harder for these things to penetrate or stay inside them. And if the boundless paragon happens also to be body refining, these abilities are further amplified. As such, Li Chuntao's injury was healed instantly after removing Wang Wei's true will and cutting off the part of her body connected to the nothingness power. Wang Wei looked at the Empress, who had switched to the Si Meihui personality. Her eyes and red luscious lips oozed lust and passion, and with one glance, Wang Wei's spirit was ensnared as he found himself in a harem of beauties that all looked like Si Meihui. She went for my weakness, he thought. His soul was weak compared to hers, so she immediately targeted it. Wang Wei did not hesitate what he learned in his training with his wife and from the trial, protecting his soul. He successfully blocked her power of lust, but his spirit could not escape this illusion. The world favors balance and cycles. Wang Wei spent all his life bullying others with his powerful soul, and now, it was his turn to be bullied. Your plan is useless, Si Meihui said with a gentle smile. What? Wang Wei asked. What you don't know is that Mo Yuan was only a peak paragon when he started his grand war of unification. The spirit imprint and backhand methods he left on the artifact are only powerful because of the artifact itself, not because of him, she explained, her eyes not hiding the playfulness. After all these years, although I haven't removed them due to the artifact's power and nature, I've sealed all of Mo Yuan's power. So, even if he were to revive, he could not take back control from me. Wang Wei stared at her. What? Feeling despair that your plan will fail? What do you think? Wang Wei asked. Yes, only lesser men will feel despair during times of failure or stress, and you, Wang Wei, is the farthest thing from a lesser man. So, what's your next plan? If you don't have another way out, you should accept your fate as my new concubine, Si Meihui said while batting her eyelashes. Wang Wei looked at her. He had a plan C, but that was a last resort with too many possibilities for something to go wrong. He really did not want to use it, that's why he tried the diplomatic first, followed by battle, and wrath was his last assurance. There is no point in hesitating now, Wang Wei thought as he prepared to summon from his space ring. However, before he could move, a terrifying consciousness descended in this spiritual space, shattering it and freeing him in the process. Wang Wei recognized that consciousness, so he only showed a slight surprise. However, Si Meihui had an ugly expression on her face. "Mithraea, why are you meddling in people's affairs?" Si Meihui yelled. A deep sigh echoed in the void, followed by a voice with the natural ability to calm down the mind. "Li Chuntao, you are wise, so why are you acting like this? Give him the artifact, and I guarantee, in my name and honor, I'll return it to you." Si Meihui looked at the sky with gritted teeth. If it were just Mithraea's vessel, she was confident she could deal with it using the small amount of power she could use from the artifact. However, Si Meihui knew she had no chance if the real body showed up and used her power. "Fine, but I want a guarantee," she replied before waving her hand to teleport someone wrapped in chains. "Shall remain with me until the sword is returned." Wang Wei looked at the captured wrath and his lips twitched. "What do you say?" Mithraea asked. "All right," Wang Wei sighed. "You can't." Wrath yelled. "What choice do I have?" Wang Wei asked. "You promised to protect me. Are you breaking your words?" "I promised to do my best, and that's what I have done," Wang Wei replied. "And, aren't you safe?" "You. Don't you understand what's at stake?" Wang Wei asked, wondering what had happened to her. In the lower dimension, she was so mature and wise, but ever since ascending, ever since she had successfully fulfilled her mission to protect and revive the devil race, she had lost all that maturity and wisdom. "Are you really going to hand me over?" Wrath asked. Wang Wei looked her in the eyes and understood what was happening. After freeing herself from her duty, her mentality revived to a childlike state when she was with her master, the primogenitor devil. But he was gone, and Wrath wanted someone else to take that role, someone else to make her feel the previous sense of security. So, she chose the most powerful and reliable person she knew, Wang Wei. It also helped that he had made a promise to her previous master. Unfortunately for her, Wang Wei was not the primogenitor devil. "Do we have a deal?" Wang Wei asked Si Meihui, who giggled as she looked at both of them. "No problem." She waved her hand and a black orb materialized in Wang Wei's palm. Si Meihui took one last look at them before teleporting with Wrath. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1492 Attacking the Lock. Wang Wei ignored the sad and pitiful look Wrath gave him, acting as if she was a puppy that her owner abandoned. Mo Yuan gave him news about his artifact in exchange for looking at her. However, one artifact was someone else's property, and the other was probably already taken by Heavenly Book, meaning Wang Wei gained nothing in that deal. Despite knowing this fact, he went above board to help her, so he felt no guilt toward anyone. In fact, he plans to cut off his karmic connection with her once he returns the artifact and she's safe. He slowly observed this black orb, feeling the immense power it contained. A message entered his mind, and it was from the Heavenly Serpent Empress teaching him how to borrow the strength of the artifact. She's careful, Wang Wei thought. Without her key, he'd have to use his own means of controlling this thing, which would mean fighting with the Empress and the dead Mo Yuan's means of control. Wang Wei placed a temporary soul imprint inside the artifact before using the Empress key to activate. The orb floated before him, transforming into different weapons under his thought. All the pieces are in place, so let's move on to the plan. Despite his words, Wang Wei did not immediately act. Instead, he returned home to recuperate. Even with the best soul pills available, Wang Wei's soul only returned to his peak after 1.5 million years. During this time, he also handed the artifact to boss Wang Bo and the others to study and record as much information as possible. Once he finished, Wang Wei contacted Yu Kai to get him the best enlightenment pill in the sex reserves. At the Paragon level, such a pill is beyond priceless, but Wang Wei took 5 before leaving. His next destination was the Heavenly Beauty Palace. "You're here," Xiao Tiandi said in a strange tone. Wang Wei nodded while observing him. He never had a chance to observe Xiao Tiandi's change after they asked him about Tianxian. He succeeded in the third awakening of his physique, which allowed him to enter the Empyrean Taboo battle realm. He also awakened a few abilities, Wang Wei thought. This transformation made sense since Tianxian's physique was an evolution of the innate Grand Dao Source physique. More importantly, he followed Wang Wei's warning and did not directly absorb the blood. "Why do you sound like you don't want to see me?" Wang Wei asked. "Your plan, is it dangerous?" Xiao Tiandi asked. "What do you think? Does she have to participate?" "It has to be her," Wang Wei nodded. "Can you guarantee her safety?" "I can't even guarantee my own, let alone others," Wang Wei replied, almost rolling his eyes. "However, if you want, I can give you my place." "You would let me take the reins?" Xiao Tiandi asked. "Why not?" "Then, I'll have to decline." "Why?" Wang Wei asked. "There must be grave danger if you're willing to step back," Xiao Tiandi sneered. "Wouldn't you feel secure if you were in charge?" "After all, it's the woman you love that is in the line," Wang Wei replied. "What are you talking about?" Xiao Tiandi swiftly answered as he looked around to see if anyone was eavesdropping. "Don't say this kind of nonsense here. Love doesn't have to be romantic," Wang Wei said with a grin, making Xiao Tiandi stare at him. "All right, I'll stop teasing you. Lead the way." Xiao Tiandi led him to a mountain spring where Sun Junyao was drinking tea beside a pavilion. "Welcome," Sun Junyao said. Wang Wei observed her and was slightly surprised as he realized she had achieved the taboo battle realm like him through a transcendent foundation. Did Tianxian give her his Heaven and Earth Foundation technique? Tianxian did not use a perfect foundation, but used something of a similar effect called the Heaven and Earth Foundation. After observing Sun Junyao, Wang Wei noticed she had used the perfection essence, already existing in her body to achieve an effect similar to his perfect foundation. Her chances of becoming a transcendent has increased, Wang Wei thought. The effect of the transcendent foundation is as the name suggests. So, although Sun Junyou's method was not as effective as his or Tianxian's, it was leagues above everyone else who didn't even have such a foundation. Some people are truly born blessed, Wang Wei sighed to himself. How much effort and risk had he taken to establish that foundation? He imagined it was the same for Tianxian, but Sun Junyao was born with the materials for such a foundation and only needed an idea or direction. "Are you ready?" Wang Wei asked. "Straight to business, huh?" "Time is running out," Wang Wei replied as he summoned the artifact that had now morphed into a black sword. "I understand," Sun Junyao nodded as she slowly stood up. She gave a reassuring look to her disciple before casting a spell. She disappeared into a mode of light that entered the weapon, becoming the weapon's temporary spirit. Remember, you only need to temporarily perfect the artifact's flaw. Once you're done, remove all the improvements you've made. His petty self will not return the artifact to see Meihui in better shape. Although Wang Wei did not take the loss to mind, he did not enjoy the process of instantly being teased throughout the entire ordeal. Lastly, this is an opportunity. If you can study or just remember the artifact's power, it will benefit you immensely in your transcendent path, Wang Wei continued. "I understand," Sun Junyao responded. "After this event, there should only be a thin barrier on our fate line. I probably only need to deal with her once in a major way and I can be free from this shackle," Wang Wei thought, trying to hide his excitement. A wooden box materialized in his palm, and without hesitation, he injected the purple blood into his body. Wang Wei's aura immediately started to skyrocket, but he did not pay attention. Instead, he focused on the protection or isolation he placed on his soul to prevent the residual or hidden power from the blood from entering his soul. So, he not only used all the magic circles he had engraved, but he also used acupoints on himself to protect the area of his existence, correlation to his soul, providing it extra protection. Wang Wei's focus was then finally directed to his body, and he was shocked. Is that the fourth gate? The previous 3 gates had fused into this new gate, but it was illusory and hard to observe, let alone open. However, despite the current state, Wang Wei was more than excited. The essence of the abyss creature's blood was indeed transcendent here, and by purifying and injecting it into himself, Wang Wei's strength had temporarily reached that level. More importantly, this situation allowed him to peak at that level early, allowing him to prepare for when he's ready. Without hesitation, he popped all 5 enlightenment pills before dividing a few of his spirit particles and using his 3 paths 3 selves art. You know your job, correct? Wang Wei asked his other self. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Good, Wang Wei nodded before isolating that part of his soul into his sea of consciousness. The next step of the plan was the use of the time beasts. Wang Wei had already processed and turned it into a time core with immense time energy and, more importantly, the unique blessing or authority of time beasts for being born from the river of time. This blessing or authority may not be as high as time wraiths, but it was still better than 99% of time Dao cultivators. The core was green, and with one thought, it orbited around the transcendent artifact, forming a pseudo-parasitic relationship. Wang Wei took a deep breath before teleporting to the sky, glancing directly at the lock. His mind was filled with knowledge of the lock. He had studied this thing for years with marginal success. Luckily, Mithreya provided plenty of knowledge on the subject, saving him plenty of time and effort. One last step, Wang Wei thought. The last thing his plan required to ensure maximum possibility of success was luck. So, he did not hesitate to activate his transcendent luck to improve his odds. Wang Wei glanced at the world beneath him. He had prepared everything, and if everything fails, he won't complain since he did his best. I bet she'll cry if I die, he thought with a smile. However, he gave himself a mental slap to focus. Now is not the time to have doubts or be sentimental. Wang Wei's eyes became firmer as he regained his cutthroat and ruthless mindset when facing adversity. He raised his sword, and the green core shone with brilliant light. With one swing of the blade, a projection of the river of time manifested, and its target was the lock. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1493 Liberation or More Imprisonment. The river of time released an immense power, and this tremendous lock that seemed to have bound everything between heaven and earth, started to become illusory or transparent. The lock fought back as the sounds of chains rattling echoed across the world. Everybody listened to the sound, wondering whether it was good or bad news, and the answer was soon revealed. Volcanoes started erupting, releasing an inferno in the world. Worlds or universes of water flooded other areas or domains, drowning buildings and voices of despair. Vacuum zones appeared randomly, including in highly populated areas. The earth shook, destroying everything in its path. Forests suddenly lost all their vitality, turning into dead zones. Ores started growing uncontrollably from the earth, ravaging everything in their path. The world felt the wrath of Mother Nature, starting with the 5 elements losing control and their balance. But this was just the beginning. The 5 elements' laws were not the only ones affected. The moon and sun rose and fell as yin-yang laws were broken. Tribulations and divine punishment descended out of nowhere on random cultivators as the thunder laws trembled. Gates from samsara opened, releasing ghosts and unknown creatures as the laws of life and death became the next target. People had their lives instantly drained from them as the secrets of fate became transparent to them and they could not resist peeping. Some areas suddenly reverted to ancient times. Space portals opened, connecting random areas or domains. All these disasters were catastrophic to cultivators, but the one who suffered the most, as always, was the mortals. However, Wang Wei was not in the situation to care about that. After swinging that sword, he felt his stamina and power draining at an alarming rate. Luckily, he allowed his body to bear all the brunt of using this artifact, or his soul would probably explode if it were part of the equation. He observed the result with great concentration. Wang Wei's plan was inspired by how the universe dealt with isolating time mark and killing someone from the past. He used the authority of the time beast to send the lock and its effect to an alternate timeline. The primary purpose of the blood and sword was to boost his strength to that level and boost the power of the time beast. He also chose to use the River of Time because it was Mithraya's domain and where supreme unity had the least control or authority. Wang Wei concentrated to provide ample power to his sword. Time was running out, but he knew that as long as the lock was weakened to a sufficient level, Mithraya could use her authority from the River of Time to accelerate the process. So, the only issue was whether he could last long enough to reach that point. The lock continued fighting and became even more transparent. New changes happened in the world. People started to regain connection to the Grand Tao source and other grand constructs, such as the source chi space. The immortal path cultivators almost cried as they saw hope for their immortal king path. The others also did not hide their excitement. Unfortunately, the weaker cultivators were too busy surviving to care about such a thing. Almost there, Wang Wei thought as beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. However, things would never go so smoothly. A cry echoed from the lock before a shadowy figure with a pair of cold eyes appeared. Wang Wei stared at those cold eyes with furrowed brow. This should be his last protective measure. Sage Lin Qi, it's your time to shine, Wang Wei muttered as his breath became more rugged. A golden scroll appeared in the distance, and after a few seconds of releasing its holy light, it transformed into the gentle and kind Sage Lin Qi. The latter nodded to Wang Wei before rushing to confront the lock's spirit. The battle was instantly intense, but Wang Wei also immediately knew Sage Lin Qi had no chance. His brow furrowed deeper. This, timeline banishing spell, cast using a semi-completed transcendent artifact and false transcendent power, was draining him at an exponential rate. If not for Sun Zhenyo's spirit helping him manage things, he wouldn't have lasted more than 10 seconds. But on top of everything, he still has to worry about other things. Wang Wei's mind went on overdrive, trying to think of a way to deal with the situation. But before he could come up with a solution, a golden body of merit flew from the north and fused with Sage Lin Qi. Tong Ruobing. Wang Wei thought as he recognized that golden body. Following her actions, a few more golden bodies showed up to aid Sage Lin Qi, proving that more of them hid themselves and did not answer to Wang Wei's previous call. Better late than never, Wang Wei thought, still secretly complaining. He focused on his task, relieved now that Sage Lin Qi could last longer. Unfortunately, his relief did not last long. The lock released a strange vibration that echoed between heaven and earth. Wang Wei sensed something and looked in the direction of the Primarch Origin Temple. Numerous auras flew out of the temple, all tier 12. Heaven Primarchs, Wang Wei muttered. Primarchs were the darlings of heavenly Tao, and the only reason they could fight on par with paragons was due to their blessing. Supreme Unity, now controlling heavenly Tao, activated his trump card by calling these Primarchs to his service. These traitors, Wang Wei said as he sensed more of them appearing, with the demon race providing the second largest number. Wang Wei reacted swiftly by yelling and ensuring his voice could be heard worldwide. Anyone who wants merit needs to stop these traitors immediately. Heavenly Tao, who was completely silent during this ordeal, suddenly moved by releasing a vision. An enormous scroll materialized after the vision, with blank lines labeled 1 to 5, and a title of merit contribution list. No one was stupid and immediately understood Heavenly Tao's message. Paragons worldwide rushed toward these heaven primarchs, trying to kill as many of them as possible. Even members of the Primarch Origin Temple or the tribal sacred mountain turned on their own kind and chose to destroy these primarchs. Without distraction, Wang Wei focused on his task. He took advantage of the lock's weakness to access the source chi space and took the energy from Wuhong's vault. "Ancestors, give me access to your vaults," Wang Wei yelled, and a few seconds later, felt a connection to a few more vaults. He did not hesitate to use their energy to boost the sword and his spell. The rate at which the lock disappeared suddenly accelerated, with more than 60% of it already exiled into an unknown timeline. A golden palm suddenly manifested between heaven and earth, heading directly for the lock. "I'll take it from here," Mithraya's voice graced the world. A black and white hand appeared opposite her, trying to stop her actions. However, right as they were about to clash, the black and white hand disappeared, teleporting above Wang Wei's body and attacking him. "I know a bastard like you would not accept all your plans being ruined by someone you see as an annoying ant," Wang Wei thought with a sneer. As soon as the hand approached, he used his acupoint technique to activate and aggravate the parts of his existence that he could not understand or find fishy. Then, he exploded his body, releasing whatever horror was in his body into that attack. Wang Wei watched as his body turned into a purple blood mist that enveloped Supreme Unity's actions. The hand disappeared, but he did not know whether it caused any trouble. He looked at the sky, and as expected, without interference, Mithraya forced the lock into the river of time, banishing it forever. Wang Wei closed his eyes as he felt the connection to the Grand Tao source. Although this was common during the trial, this time somehow felt different. It felt better. He took a deep breath. "Is this the taste of freedom? I like it." A wide smile was plastered on his face. In this brief moment, he was happy, even though the world was in shambles. Wang Wei connected to his spirit particle and asked, "How was it?" "I'm sorry, but it's only 13% done despite my best effort." 13% is an excellent result, Wang Wei replied. It was tasked to analyze the fourth gate and create a technique to replicate it. Although this technique was only 13% completed, it was a significant achievement as it marked the beginning of his transcendent path. Most people are still in the idea phase of that path, but he already has a technique that is 13% done, and he's not even a peak paragon yet. "Yes, we have a long way to go and this is a great start," the particle nodded before reuniting with the soul. Wang Wei exhaled. "My work here is done. Next, it should be their turn. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1494 The Empress Might. Wang Wei looked at Heavenly Tao's list. Although it was only a short period, these cultivators did their best to kill the heaven primarchs. Kong was the first in the list, followed by Jian Wushuang, Hu Fenghuang, Wang Fushuan, and Lin Fan. He glanced at Kong and Lin Fan's names in the first and fifth spots, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. The sky suddenly changed as a vision covered heaven and earth. Then, golden merit descended from the sky. The first to be rewarded were not the people on the list, but the sages who previously helped Wang Wei. Once these people were rewarded, those who contributed to the lock's destruction received rewards, including the Skill Path Association and Sun Junyao. Finally, the people on the list received their rewards. However, everyone had a strange expression on their faces. The person who contributed the most to the world's liberation, Wang Wei, received no reward. Wang Wei remained calm in his soul form. Now that the lock had broken, he could use divination as freely as he wished, so he knew Heavenly Tao didn't reward him because the latter had prepared something special that it wanted to reward him privately. So, he focused on something that was occurring in the sky. Heavenly Tao was reviving Sage Lin Qi, and his golden body of merit rapidly rose to the third level. The pure golden light from the sky faded, revealing the gentle elderly man with a heart of gold. "I'm glad that fellow Daoist is back," Wang Wei said. Although he was cruel, he admitted he would feel guilty if Sage Lin Qi could not return. Such a kind soul deserves all the blessings and prosperity of the world. "I'm also glad to return," Sage Lin Qi smiled. He once saw the future of mortals from Wang Wei's concept of mortal civilization. However, before he could experience the growth of this idea, he had to sacrifice himself. Now that he has returned, Sage Lin Qi plans to continue his work. "How about you, fellow Daoist? Your situation, no need to be concerned," Wang Wei reassured. "If you say, watch out." A shadow suddenly appeared behind Wang Wei to stab him. However, he calmly teleported behind the attacker and opened his mouth to swallow the person's body and soul. With this nourishment, he replenished all his previously consumed soul energy. They say birds die for food, and humans die for profit. These words have never been truer, Sage Lin Qi sighed. The poor man probably thought Wang Wei's weakness was an opportunity for profit, but lost his life in the process. Wang Wei shrugged. He did not blame that loose cultivator for taking the risk. After reaching the Paragon realm as a loose cultivator, further advancement will become 100 times more challenging, so it's understandable to take risks when presented with an opportunity. "It's about to start," Wang Wei suddenly muttered as he looked in the distance. As expected, a beautiful woman with a birthmark on her chin and a bamboo on her waist materialized in the sky. Everyone who looked at her felt a sharp pain in their eyes, shocked by the sharpness of her sword will. Yan Hai glanced at everyone before taking a deep breath and spreading her voice through every corner of the world, heaven and earth above. The world is on the verge of freeing itself from a tyrant and an era of pain and suffering. I represent the will of all the overlords, the bearer of luck and destiny of the old era, to request the manifestation of the human destiny sword. 13 multicolored dragons materialized above Yan Hai's head, representing each of the overlords, including the Origin Seal continent. Although Wu Hong could not be contacted, her disciples and subordinates in Limbo represented the Origin Seal continent and gave their consent. The 13 dragons swam around each other in the sky before roaring. The world trembled slightly before a golden altar materialized in the sky, holding a golden sword with a dragon symbol on one side and the characters for humans on the other. The sword flew into Yan Hai's hands, and her vision changed. She saw a world of runes, but these runes seemed to be infected by an aura. The heaven laws of the eternal ascension world, and that aura should be Supreme Unity's imprints, Yan Hai thought. She did not hesitate to swing the sword, instantly eliminating those auras. However, the core imprint located in Heavenly Tao itself remained intact, except it was dimmer than before. "This is the best I can do, huh?" The sword has granted her immense power, and she could probably fight those two for an extended period. However, this was not enough to completely eliminate Supreme Unity's influence. Alright, the next step. Yan Hai gazed toward the dark truth. The power barrier preventing anything from entering or leaving the world remained. She swung her sword a second time, tearing it apart. A woman dressed in red slowly walked out of the gray fog. She embodied the words beautiful, graceful, and noble, and as soon as she appeared, she instantly stole the spotlight from Yan Hai. "It's your turn," Yan Hai said as the sword flew from her hands into Wu Hong's. She caught it, and a message entered her mind. "So, that's how it is," she muttered. The word turned into a light that entered her forehead, leaving a small jewel that accentuated her beauty. Wu Hong then looked at Wang Wei and gave him a quick smile before disappearing. Her destination was obvious, primordial chaos, or to be precise, the battlefield between Maitreya and Supreme Unity. When she arrived, Maitreya had the advantage. Supreme Unity seemed distracted, trying to remove an unknown power from his palm, which cost him all the initiative. "I'll hold him off, but don't try to kill him. Seal him instead," Maitreya communicated through divine sense. "Why?" "Although the sword temporarily raised your power to our level, the essence of your being, or your existence, is still lower than ours, meaning you can't kill him. The only thing you would do is destroy his current body and soul, and give him the chance to revive somewhere else," Maitreya explained. "I understand," Wuhong nodded before removing the seal in her sea of consciousness, accessing the 3,800 primary seals. She chose one of them, and a rune materialized in this soup of primordial chaos. She waved her hand, and the rune rushed towards Supreme Unity, who showed an expression of rage and hatred. "So, you can feel emotions," Maitreya sighed before blocking all his escape paths. Wuhong's seal rune turned into a yellow barrier that slowly encircled him. "That power," Supreme Unity muttered as if he had understood something. He looked at Maitreya as he understood something. The first person Maitreya went to see was Wuhong after her transformation. He previously thought it was because of their former friendship, but now, he understood she was trying to hide that power from his sight. "You noticed, huh?" Maitreya muttered. "Although it's incomplete, the essence has reached our level. Her talent is truly unparalleled. This is not over, you know that, right?" Supreme Unity asked. "But it is," Maitreya responded calmly and confidently. "Even if he escapes this seal, the others will have caught up by the time he does, and Supreme Unity won't be much of an issue anymore. We'll see." The barrier turned into a towering mountain. Maitreya waved her hand to put it away. "Thank you," she said to Wuhong, but the latter seemed distracted by something. "Is there something wrong?" Wuhong was about to answer when she received a communication from Wang Wei. "Hey, love of my life, are the people in Limbo watching what just happened?" "Who's the love of your life?" "And yes, they are watching," Wuhong responded. "Can you still use your power?" "Yes, why?" "Quickly seal and remove their memories of what you just did, including my ancestors," Wang Wei said. Wuhong frowned after hearing this. "It's not that I don't trust them, but it's better to be safe than sorry," he explained. "It's not that. I noticed a hidden gate in our world, and I can only use my power once, and I was planning on sealing it." "Hidden gate? Is this what Time Eater was working on?" "Forget the gate and wipe these people's memories," Wang Wei said without hesitation. "The catastrophe is inevitable, and your seal will only delay things. Your safety is a priority." Wang Wei did not trust these people to start targeting Wuhong after seeing how capable she is, or even worse, sell the information to the catastrophe enemy to use their hands to remove a competitor. "Tell Maitreya the gate's location and deal with these people." "Alright, no need to nag," Wuhong said before casting a new seal, removing the memories from the watchers' minds. However, her expression became severe once the act was done. "What's wrong?" Wang Wei asked. "The technique failed for two people." "Who?" "Dugu Badian and the Human Emperor," Wuhong replied. "Ingzheng has the jade butterfly pendant, which could explain it. But what's so special about this Dugu Tianbai? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1495 Long-awaited reunion. It may be related to the ultimate taboo now that I think about it. At some point near the end, he was acting a little shady, Wuhong related. The Grand Sect Alliance suddenly became interested in a prisoner I have who is related to the Desire Heart Palace. Dugu Tianbai may have discovered something related to them or something related to the power of desire and obsession, Wang Wei explained. So, he has become more dangerous. I know I should have acted more petty and tried to kill him during the taboo, Wuhong stated. Well, there is no pill for regret, so no point in complaining now. Come see me as soon as you're available. No problem, Wang Wei replied before ending the conversation. Meanwhile, Mithraea sighed after what Wu Hong did. Was that necessary? She asked. You have the luxury of trusting these people, but I don't, Wu Hong replied coldly. You have a point, Mithraea sighed. Listen, this is for you, Wu Hong said before throwing her a talisman. What's this? An unknown portal hidden in our world. I believe it is the source of the upcoming catastrophe, Wu Hong. You found it. I've been worrying about the sudden change to the world ever since Time Eater's death, Mithraea said as she used her divine scan to find the location pointed out by Wu Hong. Are your senses that terrifying? Mithraea asked as she realized that even if her primary body searched for this thing, the result would have been the same as the vessel. So, the fact that Wu Hong could find this thing is further proof that she will be miles ahead of Mithraea and Supreme Unity once she reaches their cultivation realm. You're overthinking things. I designed the Hong protective system, so when I sensed a flaw in our defenses, I checked and discovered this thing, Wu Hong explained. The previous power did allow her to sense something wrong with the world, but even then, she could not find it. It was only after using that power with the protective system that she succeeded. If even you couldn't sense it, that means the person or persons who designed this thing are powerful beyond my capabilities, Mithraea said with furrowed brows. The future is indeed bleak, Wu Hong nodded. But it's also an opportunity. Maybe, alright, I'll check on this gate, but once I'm done, I have something to talk to you and Wang Wei. Alright, Wu Hong nodded before teleporting away. Recent events had numerous applications, and she needed to oversee things in the Origin Seal continent. Once she returned home, the human destiny sword flew out of her body and into its altar before disappearing between heaven and earth. Meanwhile, back in the Eternal Ascension world, Wang Wei condensed a temporary body from the Dao Qi from the surrounding. He wanted to rush desperately toward the Origin Seal continent, but knew now was inappropriate. Instead, he returned to the Dao opening sect with ancestor Yan Hai. The two teleported to Origin Mountain, which was the place where elder meetings used to take place. As soon as they arrived, the power of luck rushed into the mountain, slowly condensing into numerous figures. Wang Wei noticed the memorialized luck he created from the sect for all his achievements in the lower dimension went to 3 people, and he guessed who they were. He waited with bated breath for the process to finish. What? In a hurry to see your wife? Ancestor, this is not the time to be teasing me, especially since an eternal single person such as yourself cannot understand the yearning and loneliness I've had to live with. Yan Hai's lips twitched. Boy, did you get a little arrogant after becoming a paragon? Do you want a taste of my bamboo? Ancestor, I'm just joking. Can't you take a joke? Wang Wei smiled wryly, and Yan Hai snorted coldly. The revival of these people from limbo took a few hours, to Wang Wei's distress. The final result, with the help of a small amount of merit from Yan Hai's actions, was that the 3 primals, Qiyuan, Battle Maniac, and Desolate, returned with a peak Empyrean realm, and the rest were either great emperors or lower. The world of the living, Qiyuan muttered as he took a deep breath. It feels so good to be back alive. So true, Desolate replied, opening his mouth to swallow qi from the source like a whale drinking water. Battle Maniac stretched his body before making a short martial arts punching routine. Thank you, Qiyuan said as he held Wang Wei on his shoulders. For everything you've done for us, the sect, and the world. I was just doing what I'm supposed to, Wang Wei replied politely. Heavenly Dao has burdened you with great destiny, but you rose to the occasion and even exceeded expectations, Qiyuan smiled. The kid is not trying to hear all this. The only thing on his mind is to reunite with his wife, Yan Hai suddenly said, making Qiyuan and the others chuckle. In that case, we won't hold you up. We still have to recuperate, and you also must heal. There will be plenty of time in the future to talk and get acquainted. Wang Wei nodded before flying in the distance with ungodly speed, and as soon as he was out of the formation range, he teleported away. "Oh, love," Miscellaneous sighed deeply. The others rolled their eyes at him. Qiyuan focused on Yu Kai and Elder Yen Shui. "Should we say something?" Battle Maniac asked. Based on how Wu Hong was behaving, she was distracted by something, and someone reminded her to erase our memory, most likely him. He knows when to put her interest above ours, and when to put ours above hers, so there is no need to worry, Qiyuan replied. "I'm starting to think you have too much faith in him," Desolate said. "I concur," Battle Maniac added. "Add me to this list of concerns." "You've been different since the taboo," Yen Hai added. "To be precise, you've been acting odd since you saw the kid in the lower dimension. I've told you before, I know I've reached my limit. I've been worried about the future, but now I've found someone who can break my limitations and lead us to a better future. I understand passing the torch, but for many of us, it looks like you've retired and even given up," Desolate added. "Maybe I subconsciously haven't fully accepted my new role despite what I say. Who knows? But to reassure all of you, I have not given up. I know he's young and has a lot of room for improvement, and he'll need my help to hold the reins until he's ready," Qiyuan replied. "That's all we wanted to hear," Battle Maniac patted his shoulder. After this brief conversation through divine sense, the group focuses on the remaining sect people. "Welcome, ancestors. You two did an excellent job keeping things together during that tumultuous era," Qiyuan praised. "It's all Primal Seed Wang Wei's effort," Elder Yen Shui said. "That's right. Without his guidance, we may not have survived the Heavenlock," Yu Kai swiftly added. "You don't need to give your credit to him," Desolate added. "Although we couldn't intervene, we watched all your efforts, sacrifice, and humiliation to protect our legacy. You will be rewarded for your achievements." "Thank you." Origin Seal Continent, Wang Wei stood less than 2 meters from Wu Hong, looking at her captivating eyes. Everything around faded, leaving only her presence. He wanted to rush into her arms, but hesitated. However, Wu Hong had no such scruples. She flew into his arms and kissed him passionately for a good minute. "What was that for?" "That's for all the days I spent thinking and missing you," Wu Hong replied. "And that's for letting me think you died." She pinched his waist and Wang Wei winced in pain. "I really had no choice but to fake my death," Wang Wei sighed. "Anyway, did you miss me?" "I did," Wu Hong nodded. After succeeding in her perfect foundation, and discovering she was sealed, Wu Hong distracted herself with other projects while occasionally thinking about him. However, when she felt their connection severed and realized he may have died, she felt a great pain in her chest that was almost unbearable. When he revived, she felt her gray world had regained its color. This experience made her realize she was in love with this man who embodies unpredictability, contradiction, and hypocrisy. It's just that her previous experience with a bad relationship and his weird relationship with the clone have prevented her from fully accepting him. "How about you show me how much you truly miss me?" Wang Wei asked, and Wu Hong happily reached for his lips. However, she suddenly stopped midway through and started smelling him. "What's wrong? Your soul, why does it have the smell of another woman?" she asked. "What?" "There is a unique aura from when someone has intense lustful thoughts toward you, and it's in your soul. Based on the intensity, it's not from someone who admires you from afar, but someone you had close contact with." "So, who is the other woman? You can detect such a thing?" Wang Wei looked at her with an absurd look. He realized that if the cultivator world were monogamous, men would never get away with cheating. "Are you trying to deflect the question?" Wu Hong asked calmly. "No, I'm just baffled why you have such an ability." "Still haven't answered." "It's from the Heavenly Serpent Empress," Wang Wei replied. "Who?" "You may know her as the Serpent Boulder Empress, or Lu Chuntao." "Oh, her," Wu Hong realized. So, what's your relationship? Transactional, Wang Wei replied. You reminded me I should return her artifact. Sun Junyao had already left before Yan Hai took action, but the broken transcendent artifact was still in Wang Wei's hands. It seems a lot has happened while I was away. How about we talk about it over tea? Wu Hong offered as she led them to the dining area. Wang Wei sighed. That bastard Si Meihui ruined the moment they were having. This woman is slowly becoming the bane of my existence, Wang Wei thought as he walked with her. For the next hour, he explained everything he had experienced since she'd entered the dark truth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1496 The Conversation, unedited chapter. Wang Wei lay his head on Wu Hong's lap and she gently played with his hair. He finished recounting everything he had experienced. See how much I have suffered. I understand, she nodded. Any relationship with heavenly Tao is almost like a curse. So? Wang Wei asked. So what? Why don't you rush over and teach that woman, Si Meihui, a lesson? Wang Wei asked. You should avenge your own grievance. Don't you know I'm a feminist, so I don't hit women? Wang Wei asked. Say that to Lu Meixiu, Mo Xingyun, Tong Ruobing. Alright. And wouldn't being a feminist mean you have no problem hitting women and men? Wu Hong countered. Now, we suddenly care about the definition of words, Wang Wei rolled his eyes. If the situation were reversed, you would expect me to beat the other guy. Of course. Wouldn't you want to show me how strong and masculine you are? Wang Wei replied, asking with an innocent voice and eyes, making Wang Wei's eyes twitch. Fine, you win. I don't know why I tried to argue with you in the first place. I thought I was the two-faced one in the relationship. Little brat, you're still a few epochs too young to argue with me, Wu Hong sneered. As soon as she uttered these words, she regretted them when she saw the glint in Wang Wei's eyes. She knew he was about to make a sexual innuendo or joke about their age difference. Wash your words, she immediately warned. You're no fun, Wang Wei scoffed. There is a saying back on Earth that marrying a daughter-in-law 3 years older than the groom will bring prosperity to the family. He was lucky to find a daughter-in-law billions of years older, but he couldn't take full advantage of this fact. How egregious. Now it's your turn, Wang Wei changed the subject. What did you experience inside the fog? Things started as you said. After sitting down, the materials appeared, including a few not included in your experience. Wang Wei nodded. Wu Hong was a former primal, so it's expected that the process of establishing a transcendent foundation would be different or more challenging. The process was more dangerous than expected. Grand Dao's consciousness descended, trying to force me to experience a tribulation for the process. So, it has started regulating these foundations? Wang Wei asked. It appeared so. It makes sense since it regulates everything. Continue. I finished the process and tested my new strength. But then, I realized I was sealed, Wu Hong continued. And before you ask, yes, I'm more powerful than before. It'll catch up and surpass you soon, Wang Wei said through gritted teeth. It's good to have dreams, Wu Hong lightly tapped his face. Now that I had more time, I started working on the 12 and 13 foundation. However, as soon as I closed my eyes, I realized I could remember some events of the taboo. Oh. In the last trial, I met a woman standing in this white space that seemed to be the origin of everything. She first showed me the alternate timeline you mentioned. Really? Wang Wei was immediately intrigued. The alternative timeline he saw focused mostly on him, and the Wu Hong he saw was already grown and established. So, he did not know much about her. According to that timeline, I should have ascended during the Devil Race's War of Conquest. That's even earlier than the First Origin War, Wang Wei commented. That's right. The destiny to kill the primogenitor devil was mine after he had made my life a living hell, Wu Hong explained. The woman then revealed she was a version of me, and she cared deeply about losing one of her disciples, so she rewrote the timeline to erase the latter's existence. Erased? Why not just change it? I had the same question, and she said the disciple was the karmic manifestation of her pain and suffering. She saw countless timelines, and in all of them, the latter dies, and she suffers devastating emotional pain. So, she took the opportunity to erase her. That sounds harsh, Wang Wei commented. He suddenly remembered the only time he saw lower dimension Wu Hong cry. But, what opportunity was she talking about? I asked, but she only answered with a smile. Wu Hong shook her head. Of course she did, Wang Wei sighed. What else? I didn't just see the other timeline, but experienced it. I experienced all the trials and tribulations of the devil race eradication, the First and Second Origin War, and the tribulation from our relationship. Wang Wei was silent. Did you know that after you created that clone for Sun Junyao, I spent billions of yuan epics fearing you were the clone and she had your real body? I would never do that. I know, but I could not remove that irrational fear from my mind, and it became a deep insecurity for me, Wu Hong sighed. Didn't I try to appease you? He did, but only years later when I couldn't hide it anymore, Wu Hong replied. Well, it's his fault he took so long to notice. Don't worry, one day, I'll search for him and beat him for all he put you through. Now is not the time for your cheekiness, Wu Hong said with a smile as she pinched his handsome face, and Wang Wei gave her puppy eyes. After experiencing that timeline, she asked me to choose. Choose? As in choosing a timeline? Wang Wei asked. Yes, she wanted me to choose which timeline I wanted to be the primary and secondary, or whether I wanted only to remember one, Wu Hong explained. Since you're here, I'm guessing you chose our timeline. Not exactly. I fought with her. You what? Wang Wei asked. Not physically, but verbally, she explained. Why? Wang Wei asked with lips twitching. Our timeline is obviously better, but it's only because she meddled in it and changed things. I am not too comfortable with her changing things and messing with my life. But she's you. She mentioned that, Wu Hong nodded. Meaning you would make the same choice if you had her power. She also argued that, Wu Hong continued. So, you agreed with her. While she was correct, I still don't like the fact that she meddled. You realized how absurd that conversation was from her point of view, Wang Wei commented. She was communicating with an alternate version of her past self that was technically still her, but that self disagreed with decisions she made, to be precise, decisions that self will eventually make. Well, maybe not make the same decision since the alternate self now has different experiences and preferences. I'm getting a headache just thinking about it, Wang Wei said. We figured as much and had a laugh, Wu Hong chuckled. Wang Wei imagined the beautiful sight of two of these beauties laughing and chatting and had a smile on the corner of his mouth. He only woke up when someone pinched his side. So, what did you end up choosing? He asked. I asked her whether that choice was important, and she told me that at her level, it was only a minor thing. However, she also explained that the slightest change or improvement is extremely precious at her level. A world in which the little things matter because everyone is too powerful and can do everything. I guess it makes sense, Wang Wei nodded. I chose this timeline, but I wanted to remember the other timeline as well. So, as she removed their influence on my memory, Wu Hong sighed. The meeting with her future self was the first time she had met someone so powerful. She now understood why Wang Wei accepted events related to his future self. The power difference is too vast, and the only thing you can do is accept and hope. I'm glad you had such a wonderful experience. My future self is a jerk and never speaks to me directly, Wang Wei complained. She had a message for you, Wu Hong continued. Oh. Did she want to remind you that our love is eternal? Just because she's me, don't think I won't consider it cheating if you get with her, Wu Hong warned, making Wang Wei speechless. Wu Hong chuckled at his facial expression before becoming serious. She said to be careful of the time nexuses. Time nexus, Wang Wei muttered. These words sound familiar. He suddenly sat straight on her lap with an ugly expression. Did you think of something? The other you, she warned me of the same thing, but I forgot. How could you forget something so important? Unless someone placed a spiritual hint on me to ignore such an important warning, Wang Wei said with an ugly expression. Who? Who else can it be? Grand Dao, that bastard, Wang Wei said with gritted teeth. Wu Hong warned him around the time of the Heavenwell battle, just before she dissipated. Afterward, Wang Wei had direct connection to Grand Dao when proving the Dao, which should be the time he was under that spiritual hint. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1497 Wrath's Choice. Wang Wei exhaled to calm down. His relationship with that bastard Grand Dao was never good to begin with, so it's understandable why the latter would act against his interests. The question he wanted to know was why. What's a time nexus? Wang Wei asked. I don't know. I know some people use it interchangeably with fate nexus, Wu Hong replied. Fate nexuses were inevitable events of a cultivator's life imposed on them by the river of fate. Some historians also refer to important events of history as time nexus, and they will be careful when using the river of time to travel to those eras to observe, but I don't think she meant that, Wu Hong explained. Could it be something that is going to happen to me? But she could have called them fate nexuses. Maybe they have nothing to do with fate, but things that happen due to your actions. There is also the fact that these events are technically in the past from her point of view, hence why she used time nexuses, Wu Hong commented. You have a point, but I don't like all the uncertainty for something so crucial, Wang Wei groaned. Didn't the other me tell you the details? Oh, well, I remember she was being all careful when she told you. You remember? Wang Wei immediately asked. You removed the seal. Well, I realized you accepted the fact I wasn't her and treated me as such, so I removed the seal, Wu Hong replied, and Wang Wei looked at her smiling like an idiot. Focus. Then, stop being beautiful and cute, Wang Wei countered, making Wu Hong roll her eyes. Mithreya said she wanted to speak to both of us. You can ask her if she knows the meaning of time nexus, Wu Hong uttered. That's a good idea, Wang Wei nodded before exhaling deeply. He looked in the distance. It's time for me to return. Indeed. You're in terrible shape, and I have responsibilities to attend to. One more thing, will you revive that girl, Hong Miling? I don't know. She had potential as long as she removed her obsessive veneration for me. However, in the upcoming catastrophe, spending 1 million yuan epics reviving someone is unwise. So, I may wait until I reach that help to revive her. Maybe I can preserve her potential, Wu Hong explained before looking at him. Why are you staring this time? I just realized I never experienced your master-apprentice side except when you're beating me. You mean teaching? Yeah, teaching, Wang Wei said with air quotes. Unlike you, I enjoy raising and molding the next generation, she replied. That's too much work, and they usually become a burden, Wang Wei scoffed. Unless they are family or people with great talent, I'll only do the bare minimum if tasked to train them. You know, sometimes you have such a binary way to see the world. Okay, now we are attacking people's flaws, are we? Do you really want to go down that path? I don't think you want to get into this. Oh, really? What are my flaws? She looked at him intently. Don't listen to my stupid mouth. You're perfect and flawless, Wang Wei immediately answered. I think you're talking about Sun Junyao, Wu Hong countered, almost catching Wang Wei off guard. Sun, who? Who's that? Is that a new or old friend of yours I've never heard about? Nice try, Wu Hong snorted. Wang Wei smiled wryly before handing her a crystal-like object. Is that the nurture core? Yes. It'll be healing and cultivating, so I thought I would leave it with you to start the study. That's a good idea, Wu Hong nodded as she played with the crystal in her palm. Wait, why did I just realize I'm doing all your work and research for you? First was the 10 to 12 foundations, and now, this thing. And here is your payment, Wang Wei said before giving her this existence blueprint technique. However, Wu Hong just stared at him. Hell handed over even without this project, making this pointless. Now, honey, it'll be going. Remember that I always love you, Wang Wei said before kissing her on her cheeks and disappearing from this place as if he was running for his life. Wu Hong smiled while muttering, your family is not here to keep you in check, and your reverence for your ancestors won't last once you're at their level. However, don't worry, it'll be here to keep you grounded. Wang Wei's way of acting is easy to understand. The more powerful he is, the less restraint he has, and the more reckless his brilliant mind has him acting. That's what happens when someone who pursues absolute personal freedom gets access to ungodly power and a mind without any cognitive blockades. She disappeared from the room into a hidden dimension of the continent. In this place, a similar situation to the Tao opening sect was occurring, with the revival of her disciples and other members of the continent. Wu Hong raised her hand to fill two people in the front with a small portion of merit. Their bodies and faces became more ethereal, revealing two people with quite similar faces, except one was a man and the other a woman. They were twins. The woman had a red hanfu, and the man wore blue robes. As soon as they appeared, their bodies released the aura of a paragon with a cultivation of 90%. Master. The twins bowed. It's good to see you again, Wu Hong nodded with a gentle smile. We're sorry to have disappointed you, the woman said. We did try our best, the man nodded. Don't worry about it. I have just acquired something that should help you, Wu Hong reassured. Song Luli and Song Jiang were the people closest in the Origin Seal continent to becoming a primal. They had developed their ultimate technique and unique Dao skill but failed to reach the time mark requirement. They did their best in the taboo to reach that realm, but the result was regrettable. However, after Wang Wei reminded her of the absolute killer, and having access to the nurturing stone, she had an idea on how to help these two. Master, what did you get? Song Luli asked. However, her brother immediately lightly pushed her with his elbow. Since the master said she has something to help, you don't need to know what it is, just wait for it. Song Luli stuck her tongue at him in defiance. It's not ready yet, and you still need to recuperate, so don't worry about it, Wu Hong replied, already used to her disciple's temper. Master, we can oversee the return of the others. You don't have to wait here, Song Jiang said. It's all right. It's been a while since I saw them, and I miss you guys, Wu Hong said before waiting for everyone to return. Meanwhile, Wang Wei teleported to a domain outside his sect's territory. He had contacted Si Meihui to meet and return her artifact, and they agreed on meeting in a neutral location since Wang Wei did not want to enter her palace, and she did not want to appear in the Dao opening sect's territory. They met atop a mountain near a small mortal village in the Dao Song domain. As Wang Wei waited, a portal appeared not too far from him and Si Meihui appeared with all her sexiness and charms on full display. Still not as good as my hunger, Wang Wei thought. Where is wrath? Where is my weapon? Wang Wei summoned the black orb, and Si Meihui scanned it with her divine sense. You're ruthless, she commented while staring at him. She could tell he had removed all his methods to complete this artifact, including traces of how he did it, meaning Si Meihui could not even use his repairing idea. Where is Wrath? Wang Wei asked again. About that, there have been some complications, Si Meihui said with a bright smile. You're joking, right? Wang Wei said, his eyes becoming dangerous. Don't think because you're stronger than me that I can't get rid of you. Oh, I know, love, Si Meihui replied. She had seen him destroy the lock and understood the implications of his actions and the history behind them. It doesn't appear that you do. Otherwise, you would not be playing with me right now, Wang Wei rebutted. All I said was the situation was complicated, not that something had happened to her. In fact, maybe she should explain it to you. Si Meihui waved her hand to open another portal. Wang Wei looked at the beautiful Wrath with her and frowned. What is she talking about? He asked. I am not leaving with you, Wrath said. What are you talking about? Wang Wei's brow furrowed deeper. Wrath looked at Si Meihui, and after her encouragement, she continued, while you were gallivanting around saving the world, I've formed a deep emotional bond with Empress Si Meihui. So, I've decided to spend the rest of my life with her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1498 Yen Hai's Wisdom, what in the hell is going on? Wang Wei asked incredulously. You heard what I said, Wrath said, her eyes firmer than a divine cultivator's firmament. Wang Wei stared at her before blatantly using his divine sense to scan her body. You! Wrath said with aggrieved eyes, but Wang Wei ignored her. He wanted to know whether she was under control or any kind of influence, so he was brazen and invasive as he checked her. Is this really necessary? Si Meihui said with a smile. This does not concern you, so stay out of this, Wang Wei warned. She's my new consort, so it does concern me, Si Meihui countered, but she did not stop him. Wang Wei did not find anything, despite using divination and peeping into her past. Stockholm Syndrome. No, it's more like she wanted a new person to protect her, and Si Meihui took advantage of her vulnerability, Wang Wei analyzed. Do you understand the consequences of staying with her? The world is about to experience a catastrophe unlike anything anyone has ever seen. Her strength as a primal might make you think she can protect you, but her foundation is weak. She can barely protect herself. You don't have to worry about mine or her security, Si Meihui butted in, but Wang Wei stared at Wrath, waiting for her answer. I understand, and my choice remains the same, Wrath replied. What about your other brothers and sisters? Gluttony has chosen to build a home for the future ascenders, and the others have chosen to reincarnate for a second chance at the eternal path. Once everybody is settled, Gluttony will also follow the others. We all have our own paths, and this is mine, Wrath replied. Wang Wei peered into her soul through her eyes. He realized this was her choice, which she was committed to following, no matter the consequences. Well, since you chose this path of your own free will, I won't say anything anymore. I've gone above board for the promise I made to your master, and whatever happens to you from now has nothing to do with me. That's what I want. I hope you're happy, sincerely, Wang Wei added. Thanks, she nodded, and he casually threw the weapon to Si Meihui before teleporting away. There was no hesitation or reluctance in his actions. Wang Wei wiped his hand clean of this karma. Wrath watched him leave, her gaze slightly dazed. What? Already regretting your choice? Si Meihui teased. Of course not, Wrath smiled. I just feel a little sad since he had such a great influence on my life for so long. That's normal, Si Meihui nodded. If what Wang Wei said was true, he kept his promise to her master and went the extra mile, forging a deep bond with Wrath. Come, let's return home. Wang Wei teleported home, still feeling absurd by everything that had occurred. Time is advancing, and the people in his life are changing, some to the point of becoming unpredictable by even his brilliant mind. While he was heading to his room, Wang Wei sensed a presence and his lips twitched. "Ancestor, don't you have anything better to do?" "I actually don't," Yan Hai replied. Her time in limbo and the merit she received have allowed her to return to the peak of the Paragon realm, meaning she only needed a small retreat to regain her full strength. "What brought you here?" Wang Wei asked with a sigh. "I want to know your progress with my future daughter-in-law. Come, tell me and be honest." Wang Wei was speechless. He did not want to believe in the stereotype that women like gossip by nature, but the current arguments were appealing. "Well, what are you waiting for?" Wang Wei sighed. "Our relationship is closer, can even say we're companions. But I feel there is a small and thin layer between us." He did not say that because they haven't slept together, but because of a feeling after the recent interaction. "It's probably because of Nu Liang," Yan Hai said. "She mentioned they had a short fling, but she never gave me too much information," Wang Wei said. Nu Liang was a handsome and charismatic man with a golden tongue. During the war, Brother Qiyuan tasked him to convince the battle spirit world to side with us, and Wu Hong was his protector. They grew close during that mission and almost became a couple. "So, what happened?" Wang Wei asked. "It ended like all her other relationships. He grew envious of her strength and potential, so he tried to bring her down instead of rising to her level," Yan Hai sneered. "She had no interest in relationships, but she despised these types of people." "I guess I should thank him," Wang Wei smiled. His fate connection with Wu Hong was never going to guarantee their relationship, so he was glad all these other guys blew it. "You're nothing like those guys. On the contrary, you challenge her to be even better, so I believe you will succeed. Give her some time, and she'll overcome these insecurities." "I will," Wang Wei nodded. "Good. My ability to dangle my seniority over her will lie on you." "Don't disappoint me," Yan Hai nodded before preparing to leave. "Wait, ancestor, I have to file a complaint against you," Wang Wei said as he remembered something. Yan Hai looked at him strangely. "Kid, what did I ever do to you that you didn't deserve?" "You lied to me about the Empyrean taboo battle realm," Wang Wei said, not hiding the dissatisfaction in his face. "Oh, you're talking about that." "I didn't lie, but used the sect protocol." "The sect's protocol is to lie about such an important matter," Wang Wei countered. "We usually leave hints for people with talents early on before guiding them to this path. My original intention was to slowly give you hints after you ascended, but who would have thought you would succeed in the lower dimension?" Yan Hai shrugged. Wang Wei's lips twitched. "Who designed such a stupid system? Who are you calling stupid?" Yan Hai appeared next to him and hit him with a bamboo stick, which was extremely painful. "Kid, what do you know about educating the next generation? Do you know that the Immortal cultivation system is designed to limit creativity and ingenuity?" When Brother Qiyuan and Brother Li were young, they discussed countless ways to improve the origin system. After a few million yuan epochs of cultivation, Brother Li lost most of his creativity, and Brother Qiyuan had to spend years barely getting his back. "You were lucky to reach this level at an astonishing speed, but I bet even you have been influenced by the system. After realizing how the system was designed, you probably accepted it as a fact and never tried to find a way around, didn't you?" Yan Hai asked with a sneer, making Wang Wei's body paused. He was indeed too quick to accept there was no way for him to make his Empyrean real unique, which was unlike someone like him who likes to break the mold, who likes to rebel. "By your reaction, I'm guessing I'm right," Yan Hai chuckled, her eyes filled with mockery, which made Wang Wei embarrassed. "We have long realized this, so we designed the stupid system to motivate our disciples to think creatively while also playing within the rules of Grand Dao system." Wang Wei coughed to hide his embarrassment. "Ancestor, you know young people like me always have the mentality that we know better, so don't mind me. By the way, I noticed you've only achieved the Paragon taboo realm. Is there a particular reason? Trying to bring up my sore spot? Yan Hai asked in annoyance. Not at all, I'm just curious. Kid, haven't you realized how lucky you are to be born in such a powerful sect? Yan Hai sighed. The first time I heard about the taboo realm was when I was at the Great Emperor realm, and it was a hint from the heaven-opening paragon. However, our relationship was not so good back then, so we did not trust him. The first time I met someone in the taboo realm was during the Paragon Heavenwall battle, and that bastard almost killed me and Chiyuan. We would have died if not for our Paragon artifact and working together. After the battle, Chiyuan deduced that this person had entered the taboo realm and wanted me to delay absorbing the Heavenwall to enter the taboo realm while he protected me, but news was released that I still had my Heavenwall. Brother Chiyuan tried his best, but he was just a new boundless Paragon. So many people attacked us. I had to use it. We could only enter the Paragon Battle Taboo realm after our sect was established and we had plenty of resources, time, and opportunity. Wang Wei was silent. Sometimes, he forgets the privilege afforded to him by his birth. He forgets all the sacrifices the ancestors made so that someone like him will have the benefits and advantages they did not. This conversation also made him realize how lucky and wonderful his future wife is for all she has accomplished. Thank you, ancestor, for everything you've done for me and the sect, Wang Wei bowed politely. It's weird seeing you so sincere. Regardless, I accept your bow, Yan Hai said before disappearing, leaving a chuckle that echoed in the void. Wang Wei sighed before walking into his mansion. He did not call Xia Huan or Wang Qi. Now that he was alone, it was time to check Heavenly Dao's special reward. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1499 Heavenly Dao's Machination. As he closed his eyes, Wang Wei found himself in a white spirit with 3 items. A massive purple cloud, a golden scroll, and an orb with a small moving dragon. He looked at the cloud and smiled. As expected, his reward for this event was immense. There is enough for me to reach the peak of the Paragon realm in 500,000 yuan epoch, and cultivate a peak soul in an additional 100,000 yuan epoch, Wang Wei thought. Since he'll be using the best time acceleration array, he'll only have to spend 60,000 yuan epoch for his soul and cultivation to reach the peak. The only trouble is that rebuilding his body will also take some time. Wang Wei turned to look at the orb with the dragon, and immediately shook his head. No, thank you, he refused. It was a pain to be the chosen one in the previous era, and he had no desire to do it again for the upcoming catastrophe. As soon as he refused, this spiritual space trembled, and someone else appeared. It was a woman with jet black long hair, dressed in all white, with her robe leaving a trail behind her because of its length. She was extremely beautiful, almost to the point of appearing fake because of how perfect her features were. However, upon gazing at her, Wang Wei found himself incapable of thinking about her in any disrespectful or sexual manner. Her aura reminded him of the doting love of a mother, and the only thing he wanted was to rush into her embrace. The woman was the epitome of beauty, but her appearance had a major flaw, her icy and indifferent eyes. Heavenly Dao, Wang Wei muttered. I didn't know you could take other physical forms than that eye. I figure this appearance might be more appropriate for negotiation, Heavenly Dao replied, her voice devoid of any emotions, almost mechanical. If you're here to convince me to bear the burden of the upcoming catastrophe, you're wasting your time, Wang Wei said. In my long years of existence, I've blessed many talents with grand destiny, but your family is the only one I choose 3 times, and each time, they've risen to the occasion, and even exceeded my expectations. The upcoming resetting and ascension of the world will be my most outstanding work, and I need someone reliable to ensure success. Name your price, and I will consider it as long as it's not too much. Wang Wei was slightly surprised, not expecting such forthcoming from Heavenly Dao. However, he will not change his decision because of such temptation. The catastrophe will involve too much, and if he's too involved, he'll easily reveal the fact that he's the one responsible for the all-heaven fate calamity. The catastrophe involves whether he can reach the level of half-step transcendent. Although he believes the catastrophe will help him, he can still walk away, and that will only delay the time needed to reach that realm. However, the all-heaven fate calamity involved his path of true transcendence, so he knew which was more important. "What if I make you the Heavenly Emperor?" Heavenly Tao asked. "You will legally be in charge of all the laws of heaven and earth, and blessed with immense power or authority." "That is tempting," Wang Wei muttered, but he knew the pitfall of such a title. As a true Heavenly Emperor, he will have the legal right to rule and establish a court, but these overlords in other lineages would never accept his reign without absolute power. They would do everything to undermine him, and the amount of time Wang Wei will have to spend playing politics to slowly build the strength of his court is a nightmare just thinking about it. "I don't want to like the Jade Emperor in all these prehistoric novels, with no one respecting the heavenly court. Plus, unlike him, I can't be running to Heavenly Tao for help like he runs to Hongjun," Wang Wei thought. "My answer is still the same," Wang Wei replied. "Anyway, don't you already have someone perfect for the job? Kong has been working hard and planning for this position since the trial. Since he wants the job, give it to him. Kong is talented and filled with immense potential. However, I need someone with experience, someone who has been tested for the upcoming catastrophe. Do you think Wang Chishan will accept this great task? Based on his former behavior, he looks like someone who is retiring, so I doubt he'll accept," Wang Wei said truthfully. "True," Heavenly Tao sighed with her icy face. It was apparent she was in distress, but her expression remained monotone. "That leaves Wang Guo. Well, cunning, he pales compared to you regarding strategic abilities or an overall grasp of the situation. What other prospects are there? Wu Hong has not been fond of me ever since what happened with the protective system. Dugu Tianbai is too ambitious for his own good, and Ing Zhang is too close-minded and has too many secrets for my liking. Are you sure you don't want this great opportunity?" Wang Wei smiled in response. Why was Heavenly Tao mentioning these names before him? Probably to stroke his ego while also eliciting sympathy so he can change his mind. Sadly, this kind of tactic is useless for him. Once he made up his mind about something so crucial, the chances of changing his mind were slim to none. "It seems you have made up your mind. How disappointing." Heavenly Tao did not wait for him to say another word before disappearing. The spirit realm collapsed and Wang Wei found himself in his room, surrounded by his merit cloud and the scroll. "I thought she would act in anger and take away the special reward," Wang Wei thought as he slowly opened the scroll. The title immediately caught his attention, Merit Exchange List. Wang Wei furrowed his brow as a few thoughts flashed in his mind. But he controlled himself and continued reading: Mortal Realm, Great Emperor Realm, Empyrean Realm, Paragon Realm, and... Wang Wei immediately chose the mortal realm with his divine sense and the scroll changed, revealing an extensive list of rare resources with a price attached based on merit. He checked on the others, and it was the same. By Grand Tao's balls, this world's Heavenly Tao really knows how to plan a grand event, Wang Wei smiled. It did not matter whether the upcoming catastrophe was a direct invasion or a simple intervention of foreign powers. Heavenly Tao had already designated these people as the karmically negative to the eternal ascension world, which allows the citizen to earn merit by killing or dealing with the threat. Then, the citizens can use that merit to exchange for rare resources to increase their strength, ensuring they survive the catastrophe. It's a brilliant move, especially since there will be transcendent tier resources, meaning that even someone like Mithreya will have to do her best, Wang Wei thought. What is one of the fundamental aspects of the cultivation world? Benefit. Heavenly Tao knows this and uses this fact to the fullest. It really planned everything, Wang Wei sighed. From the 81 tribulations to raise the eternal ascension world's destiny, to the golden era that cultivated numerous talents, to the ultimate taboo that made the world the semi-destiny center of the chaos universe, and now, this catastrophe, which will start the transcendent era throughout the chaos universe and guarantee the eternal ascension world's status as the center of the universe. The Heaven Cardinal should give this heavenly Tao a raise, Wang Wei joked before focusing on the scroll. Now that he had early access to the scroll, he needed to take full advantage of it. He scrolled through the Paragon tier resources and immediately complained that these things were too expensive. For example, there is something called the Paragon Heaven Will, which will guarantee someone to become a Paragon, no matter how bad their talents are, with the limitation that it does not apply to people who wish to become boundless. Such an item was worth a quarter of all the merit Wang Wei had received. Wang Wei shook his head before buying two things. The first was an essence reconstruction pill, which would allow him to recondense his body in about 5,000 yuan epochs, which is only 500 yuan epochs with time acceleration. The second item he acquired was something he had never heard of, called the Grand Purification Talisman. Wang Wei planned to use it to remove the residual effects in his existence from using the abomination blood. Although he did his best to isolate the impact or influence from his soul, there were still residuals that he was worried about, and this talisman was the best in the Paragon realm. A portion of his cloud disappeared, and it pained Wang Wei slightly. He complained about heavenly Tao's greed and the price of these things before inviting the four ancestors and his future wife into his soul network for a meeting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1500 The Advantage of Early Access, and I Changed My Mind. His name is Dugu Badian instead of Dugu Tianbai. A handsome, muscular man with a burn mark on his chest slowly walked out of a blue pool. With a thought, a silk black robe with golden dragons on the cuff manifested on his body, along with a silver-white hairpin that meticulously and neatly arranged his jet black hair into a bun. A mirror manifested before the man, and he looked at his appearance with piercing, hawk eyes that could easily intimidate anyone. The man slowly stroked his goatee, which gave him an air of nobility and authority. After ensuring his appearance was perfect, Dugu Badian slowly walked out of the revival room. Alliance leader, said an elderly man dressed in blue robes with a scar above his left eye. Ping Dai Tan, you did a great job in my absence, Dugu Badian said with a smile as he patted his shoulder. I'm only keeping the rein for you, my lord, Ping Dai Tan bowed deeply. Although he was the alliance leader during the Two Suns Seven Moons era, he knew his position and never grew too ambitious or forgetful. In fact, he was chosen for that position because of his situational awareness. Dugu Badian nodded. What have I missed? I want a detailed explanation. I have left everything in your throne room. Good, lead the way. Despite his words, Dugu Badian walked in front while Ping Dai Tan followed. They soon reached a large red room with a black gold throne and numerous books and scrolls on the floor. It seems you haven't forgotten, Dugu Badian said with a smile. When he was young and first started cultivating, Dugu Badian entered the Dugu clan's library in search of a cultivation technique that suited him. He found an old communication jade talisman hidden in a corner, believing he had discovered a rare and ancient technique. Unfortunately, it was a prank by one of his uncles, and the talisman contained countless nude drawings and pictures. Ever since then, he preferred using books and scrolls instead of those damn talismans. How could I? Ping Dai Tan smiled. Dugu Badian sat on his throne and read all the scrolls individually. He took his time since the information presented to him involved everything that had happened since his disappearance. Ping Dai Tan waited quietly, and Dugu Badian took his time. By the end of this session, he held two things in his hand. The first was a picture of Wang Wei in his right hand. After reading everything, he had already decided this man could not stay alive. All signs showed this person would be a primal paragon, which is not a big deal after the ultimate taboo. A few people had fortunate encounters, and there should be a few more primals after a while. The issue is that this man was another brilliant mind like Qiyuan, and he might be even more dangerous. The Dao opening sect cannot have two such talents. There is also his connection to Wu Hong, Dugu Badian thought. He still hasn't completely given up on acquiring her. As long as he can reach the next realm before her, shall be his. However, Dugu Badian's primary concern now was a marriage alliance between the Dao opening sect and the Origin Seal continent. These two factions are already too close for his comfort, so Dugu Badian's last wish was an official marriage sealed through marriage. Dugu Badian put the picture away and looked at the scroll in his left hand. It was the list of the top 5 contributors in the battle against the Heaven Premarch. He looked at the list again, focusing on the only name from the upper dimension, Wang Fushuan. Did I make a mistake back then? Dugu Badian thought. One of the turning points in his life was the First Origin War. A few million years after becoming the first primal paragon in the Golden Era, news of Yan Hai's ascension to the same realm as him soon spread. Then, before he could react, the Dao opening sect started an unprecedented war to switch the primary destiny of the world from the upper dimension to the lower dimension. Dugu Badian immediately opposed them, leading to a massive war. The First Origin War was the primary cause of the Grand Sect Alliance's creation. He gathered countless factions who wanted to oppose Qiyuan and his actions. However, near the war's end, Dugu Badian realized he might lose and made a selfish decision. He did not betray his side but retreated and pledged neutrality. His decision allowed him to recruit many factions from the lower dimension who were fed up with the war, those who also wanted neutrality, and those whom Qiyuan rejected for one reason or another. That single decision allowed him to preserve most of his strength and build the largest faction in the world. However, it also ruined any chances the people of the upper dimension had of winning. Although Dugu Badian knew he had made the correct choice, he sometimes wondered what could have been if he had waited and continued his previous course. There is no point in regretting now, he thought to himself before putting the scroll away. What is the situation with acquiring Blackheart? Wang Wei said he's willing to exchange him, but the price is to be negotiated. More importantly, the ambassador was too eager and might have revealed some information. Of course he did, Dugu Badian muttered as he leaned on his chair. If he knew in detail what kind of person Wang Wei was, he would have personally chosen the ambassador for the meeting. Dugu Badian tapped his finger on the armrest while thinking of his next move. A low-level member of the Heart Desire Palace is the perfect approach to study the item he discovered in the Ultimate Taboo, but he also did not want to reveal too much information. Right now, he should be recuperating from his injuries, and once that's done, he'll be using all the merit he received for his achievements. We won't see him publicly for a while, so let's wait before sending someone else. As you wish, Ping Daitan nodded. One more thing, we must cultivate more talent for the Alliance. Send words that we will enter war mode. Ping Daitan narrowed his eyes. War mode meant more free distribution of resources and increased training for all Alliance members. Sir, I don't mean to question your decision, but the other Vice Alliance members. Now that the ancestors had returned, the Vice Alliance position would be returned to the other 4 primals. Don't worry about it. They'll agree with me, Dugu Badian said confidently. In that case, I'll bring your order. Dao opening sect, Wang Wei Soul Network, kid, don't you understand we are busy people? Yan Hai was the first to complain. He wouldn't call us here if it weren't important, Wu Hong said. So, already defending your man. So what if I am? All those years of friendship mean nothing in front of your man, huh? I knew you were a snake, Yan Hai sneered. How about we let Wang Wei talk? Qiyuan said after the others pretended to admire Wang Wei's technique in order not to intervene. Wu Hong and Yan Hai looked at each other, sneered at each other, before suddenly laughing. You know, she's right. You better not waste our time, Wu Hong said, making Wang Wei speechless. He did not say much, but showed them the scroll. "Do you understand the implication of this?" Qiyuan said as soon as he finished reading. "I wouldn't be showing it to you if I didn't," Wang Wei replied. "We must take full advantage of this early access," Li Ming said. "How much merit do we have in reserve?" Wang Chang asked. "Let me check," Qiyuan said as he connected to his ancestor token and checked the sect's resources. "We have enough to cultivate 3 peak paragons and 15 new paragons. That's a significant improvement, especially if you add the improvement from the taboo," Wang Chang nodded. "We need to enter war mode to prepare for the catastrophe, and that should also raise our strength," Yan Hai added. "What about our allies? Maybe we can allow them to benefit from this early access," Li Ming suggested. "But would that provoke heavenly Dao?" Yan Hai asked. Since it didn't prevent Wang Wei from sharing, then there should be no problem. "Of course, to be safe, it's probably best to hide the scroll from the public for as long as possible," Qiyuan commented. "Fair. On another thought, do you think it would be best to save to buy something on the primal tier?" she continued. "You saw the exorbitant prices." Qiyuan smiled wryly. "It's best to wait for the catastrophe, as there will be plenty of opportunity to acquire more merit." "It's really a scam," Yan Hai complained, and the other agreed. "Why are you so quiet?" Wang Wei asked his future wife, and she sighed. "I used most of my merit reserves to train people before the taboo," she revealed. "So, you're broke," he said, and she glared at him. "And I'm guessing you're thinking of some unlawful way to get merit," Wang Wei smiled. "Unlike you, I was not born with a golden spoon in my mouth, so I have to sometimes be creative when gathering resources," she replied without a hint of shame. "All right, as your husband, I cannot allow you to do things that could ruin your reputation." "You have a way?" Wu Hong asked. "You need to start thinking like a businessman in this type of situation. And business is all about supply and demand. What is it that you have that only you can provide and is extremely valuable? It's also recent and relevant to the upcoming catastrophe." "You're talking about news about the gate," Wu Hong said with shining eyes. "That's right. You can sell the news and only take merit. I suggest you don't set an exact price and charge based on the faction." "That's not a bad idea," Wu Hong smiled. "Excuse us, but what gate are you talking about?" Qiyuan asked. "It's something, don't tell him for free. Even if he's an ally, just sell it at a discount," Wang Wei said, making everyone speechless. "Boy, have you already forgotten your origin?" Yan Hai asked with gritted teeth. "Ancestor, you can't blame me for this. Look at my wife. She's living in abject poverty. She hasn't changed her hair, bought new perfume, rouge, or a new hanfu in countless yuan epochs. As her husband, it's my job to advocate for her business and ensure she has the prettiest clothes and best makeup." Everyone looked at him, unable to process the words coming out of his mouth. Then, Wang Chang started laughing maniacally. "I never thought you were such an interesting person. Eternity can be so dull, but I doubt that will be the case with your presence." "I agree," Qiyuan smiled. "Don't encourage him," Yan Hai said, and Li Ming just gently nodded. Wu Hong rolled her eyes before telling them about the gate. Wang Wei complained under his breath that she would make a terrible businessman without the mentality of profit above everything. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 15:01 The Sacred Chief's Tribal's Sacred Mountain. A dozen demons surrounded a few enchained people with their mouths sealed. Sacred blue flames floated around this gathering, with one golden flame standing above an elevated podium and 2 people sitting on chairs. They observed the boisterous discussions. "It was not my fault," yelled a middle-aged man with fangs wrapped in chains. He was the only one allowed to speak among the captives. "I couldn't resist the call of the mother. What about the other people who resisted Heavenly Tao summon? Why can they resist, and you couldn't? A demon with red eyes sneered. I don't know. These Primarchs have always been unreliable. We are not the temple, so I never liked that they were among us. That's not fair. Many of our fellow brothers choose that path since it's better than the Immortal and Tao path. So what? We now have proof that if our sacred mountain ever has animosity toward Heavenly Tao, these people will not hesitate to betray us. Like I said, I couldn't control myself, the prisoner argued. That's even worse, as that means you're unreliable. The prisoner gritted his teeth before saying, enough. The room immediately became quiet as everyone focused on the two sacred chiefs on their throne. What do you think? Sacred Chief Heavenly Ape asked. He was a man with dangerous eyes, white hair, 2 large ears, 4 sharp teeth, and dressed loosely with only pants and a flowing robe that was not properly wrapped, showing his upper body full of tribal markings. To be exact, he had 43 scars/marks. Heavenly Ape's story was interesting. He was from a powerful demon clan called the Saint Battle Ape. The Primarch Origin Temple annihilated the branch of his clan, so Heavenly Ape pretended to be an ordinary animal and hid in the mortal world. During that time, he was turned into a gladiator, forced to fight and kill other humans and animals. Since that period of his life, Heavenly Ape had the habit of scaring or tattooing a mark on his body to represent worthy foes he had killed. And in his long journey of cultivation, including the defeat of the innate demon gods, the Golden Era, the 2 Origin Wars, and the ultimate taboo, only 43 individuals were worthy of being scarred on his body. I don't know, replied Sacred Chief Myriad Star Rabbit. She was a beautiful woman dressed in all white with star patterns on her cuffs and luscious pink hair. Her rise to one of the 2 primals of the demon race is even more legendary than her companions because she was once a regular rabbit demonic beast. She had no special bloodline, but she slowly crawled to the pinnacle of the demon race, even creating the Myriad Star Rabbit clan. If we kill them, whether we like it or not, our strength will decrease. However, the recent event has revealed them to be unstable variables. The catastrophe is coming, and it seems Heavenly Tao has its hand on it. So, do we preserve our strength or remove this uncontrollable variable? Sacred Chief Star Rabbit said. I ask you because I'm conflicted on the same issue, Heavenly Ape said. Then, let's ask someone who can help us see another side, Star Rabbit said before looking at someone who was remaining quiet on the side. Fan Sui, what do you think? All eyes were on the Star Sage, but she remained calm and composed as she gathered her thoughts before speaking. Chiefs, this may be an opportunity. Oh. Their eyes lit up. Their sacred mountain has survived numerous trials and tribulations due to the sage's wisdom. In fact, the 2 wanted her to participate in the ultimate taboo with them, but Fan Sui felt something was wrong and insisted on staying back to look out for the mountain. The entire world saw the betrayal of the Primarchs. So, we can ruin their reputation and brand them as traitors. We may need to kill our own, but the temple has the largest group of Primarchs. If the pressure of being traitors is applied at a sufficient level, they will have no choice but to eliminate their members. If they refuse, we can start gathering support from other overlords to pressure them. The catastrophe is approaching, and no one wants such an unstable variable as them in their backdoor. After all, if Heavenly Tao can be corrupted once, it can happen a second time. Heavenly Ape's eyes immediately squinted. Your plan is intriguing, but there are also hidden problems. What if they bear the pressure and refuse to eliminate their Primarchs? We will have weakened our strength for no reason. Even if they resist, the pressure alone is enough to start internal fighting among them. Don't forget the temple's delicate situation between emperors and Primarchs, Star Sage Fan Sui replied calmly. True, Star Rabbit nodded. Ancient Heaven Primarchs created the Primarch Origin Temple. But over the years, the Emperor path has become mainstream, and the 2 current temple lords are paragons. Despite the Emperor path being the controllers of the temple, the Primarchs have plenty of power, which is why the temple is still named after them. A plan that kills many birds with one stone, should expect nothing less from you. Heavenly Ape smiled, showing his 4 canine fangs. He glanced at Star Rabbit. Do you have anything to add? No, I'm fine with this plan. In that case, let's proceed, Heavenly Ape said. No, Sacred Chief, the prisoner yelled, but someone immediately sealed his mouth. We still have to return to our peak, so we'll leave the execution plan to you, Fan Sui, Star Rabbit said. I know you also need to heal, but such an important task can only be overseen by you. I understand. All right. Everybody except the sage and this young man can leave, Heavenly Ape ordered, and the other tribal chiefs slowly left. This tribunal judgment session can only be attended by paragons and chiefs, and most of these people had just revived and needed to return to their peak as well. So, this is the talent you spoke of, Heavenly Ape said as he glanced at Ao Shin. He is so young, too young. How lucky this generation was to have access to the mortalhood trial. Ao Shin bowed to them. It appears he wants to walk the path of chaos through bloodline, Heavenly Ape analyzed. In that case, it may be best if he studies under you. Years ago, I failed that path, but maybe he can succeed, Star Rabbit smiled. As a young rabbit, she knew only an excellent bloodline would help her rise to the top. So, she developed a method of absorbing bloodlines after an epiphany while looking at the stars. However, at some point, she became greedy and wanted them all, almost killing her in the process. After so many years, her ambitions have long changed, but through Ao Shin, she hopes to make up for past regrets. Where are the others? Heavenly Ape asked. Fan Sui sighed after hearing this question. Yidafu has been stricken with grief, and for some reason, he believes there is a way to revive his wife with her full potential through samsara. Are you saying he wanted to attack the 6 paths of samsara? Doesn't he know the Yama kings don't play around? I tried telling him, but he refuses to listen. I had to lock him up, Fan Sui said. Our monkey race is innately brash and combative, but we can still be reasoned with, Heavenly Ape frowned. Did you tell him he can revive her after he becomes a peak paragon? I have, but he seemed to have developed an obsession with attacking the 6 paths of samsara, Fan Sui sighed. I'll try to get to him once I'm at my peak, Heavenly Ape said. What about the last one? You said her potential wasn't on par with the others, but she was still valuable, Star Rabbit asked. Her name is Jinquo Hua, and she's in retreat, Fan Sui explained. She realized she was not ready and chose to delay her immeasurable tribulations. She secluded herself to prepare as soon as the lock was broken. That's a wise move, Star Rabbit praised. Everyone knows how terrifying the immeasurable tribulation is, especially since it does not care about a person's talent. On the contrary, the more talented a cultivator is, the more careful they must be. Give her as much support as she needs, Star Rabbit said. I will. Fan Sui and Ao Shin soon left, leaving the 2 sacred chiefs alone. Are you ready? Heavenly Ape asked. Of course, Star Rabbit smiled. The upcoming catastrophe was the perfect opportunity to accomplish their dream of eradicating the Primarch Origin Temple. Whether it's for personal reasons, to end this eternal battle that has been going on for too long, or for the destiny of the innate demon gods, this fight must end, and the demon race must be victorious. These 2 have been battling and waiting for a long time, and finally, they knew the opportunity to achieve their dreams was coming. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1502 Soul Network Discussion. This is crucial information, Chiyuan muttered while crossing his arms and caressing his chin. Are you interested in a deal? What deal? We'll pay you to delay selling the news, Chiyuan said. We can't use merit, but we can use plenty of rare resources for the exchange. Delay. How long are we talking about? Wu Hong asked with a frown. How about 10,000 yuan epics? That's at least 100,000 yuan epic inside a time formation. Can you pay enough for me to delay for so long? She asked. Time was of the essence, and 10,000 true yuan epics were enough to do many things with the merit Shell have acquired from selling other factions. Well, I'll give you 10 million peak third-rank Dao sources, 20 primal soul pills, 10 innate source pills, and 2 boundary-breaking pills, Qiyuan said. Wu Hong immediately made a rough calculation. The Dao sources were enough to set up a formation that granted a 25% cultivation boost for 5 paragons. One innate source pill granted another 75% boost and had a slow effect on eliminating cultivation bottlenecks. The boundary pills could forcefully remove bottlenecks for people whose talents had reached their ends. 10,000 is too long. I can only do 1,000. Now I know you're not being sincere, Qiyuan said. At least 9,000. I cannot go higher than 1,500. All right, let me stop you too, Wang Wei said. Are you going to take her side? Qiyuan complained. No, I'm trying to save you money. Oh. Do you want to analyze the gate ahead of time and have more time than the others to prepare? Wang Wei asked. That's right, Qiyuan nodded. Then, you're wasting your time. Mithreya could not detect the gate, and she only succeeded because of the Hong protective system. This means whoever designed the gate made sure that no information was leaked by even people of Mithreya's level. And if your idea is to stop the gate or delay it for an extended period, then I'm afraid it's useless. As you can deduce from the scroll, Heavenly Dao is counting on the catastrophe to fulfill its grand ambition, Wang Wei reminded. I didn't know about Mithreya, Qiyuan muttered. However, you are underestimating us a little. Brother Qiyuan can find the origin of all things, Yan Hai said. With a little help, we can find the origin of the gate. And even if we fail, we can find some clues. It seems I've butted in when I didn't need to, Wang Wei said. Not at all, Qiyuan smiled before looking at Wu Hong. How about we agree on 5,000 yuan epic? That's fine by me, she agreed since that number was her bottom line. I'll have someone send them to you immediately, Qiyuan said, and Wu Hong was fine with that since she trusted them. So, is that it? I need to return to my retreat, Wang Wei asked. We still need to discuss which allies we can invite to use the scroll and how much to reveal, Li Ming said. I've become close with the barbarian race, so you can invite them. There is also Emperor Kong and the Enlightened Emperor Academy. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be the son of an era for the catastrophe. Maybe we can start building relationships with them, Wang Wei suggested. Not you. Li Ming asked. I refused, Wang Wei replied before telling them about his conversation with Heavenly Dao. Wu Hong immediately sneered, and Qian shook his head. He would also not accept that burden. That may be a wise choice, Qiyuan uttered. I understand your choice, but being the chosen one would have given us a great advantage, Wang Chang sighed. It would also put us at the center of the catastrophe, Li Ming added. It's the kid's choice, and since he refuses, let's respect his decision, Yan Hai added. That's right, Qiyuan said. Thank you, Wang Wei nodded. And one more thing, the Sword Path League came for a visit before the Mortalhood trial and wanted me to convince you to exchange the destiny of the ultimate sword path with them. Are they crazy or do they think I'm stupid? Yan Hai immediately sneered. Wait, you never do anything without benefit. What did they promise you? They said they could help me find my parents, Wang Wei said truthfully, immediately making the atmosphere slightly depressing. Yan Hai took a light breath. What do they want to exchange with? They said they will reveal the secret of why they could use the word path in their name, like the Skill Path Association. According to them, if you can comprehend this secret, your chances of entering the next realm will increase by a minimum of 5% and a maximum of 20%. I call bullshit, Wang Chang immediately said. Maybe not. We've never discovered why they could use the word path without any consequences, Li Ming added. There is also the fact that sword Dao has dominated all other weapon Dao. It's always been weird to me, Qiyuan said. It's nothing weird. We are the best, so we dominate, Yan Hai said. Wang Chang was about to say something, but Li Ming stopped him since he knew these two tend to argue over everything. Anyway, I've passed the message, so it's up to you now to decide, Wang Wei said. Why don't you help me decide? Yan Hai said, looking straight at him. Tell me your opinion on which I should use. Wang Wei sighed. If you consider it on the surface level, their offer is worth the exchange. However, the ultimate sword path should be researching across all source worlds with a well-developed sword Dao. You have the strength to defeat all the destined ones in these worlds and spread the ultimate sword path. However, in my opinion, the best approach is to have both. There is something in the scroll that can help negate contracts and oaths. You take it, use the League's opportunity, and break your words by taking the destiny back. Of course, if you choose this path, we must prepare for an all-out war with them. Cruel, but I like it, Yan Hai grinned. Brother Qiyuan, what do you think? A reshuffle is coming, so the chances of a civil war are high. We don't fear a battle against the League, but must prepare for the Grand Sect Alliance's intervention. They will be occupied dealing with Kong and his academy, Wang Wei said. Oh. Wang Wei then explained the relationship between Lin Fan and Suya, and Kong's radical approach of attacking the Alliance's academy. Is he stupid? Even with destiny on his side, does he think he can compete against the Alliance? Wang Chang asked. Unless he's counting on us secretly helping him and even keeping the Alliance at bay, Li Ming said. So, he's got balls, using the subtle balance of the overlords to plan his rise, Wang Chang said with a grin. So, do we help him? Yan Hai asked. Depends on whether he's capable enough, Qiyuan said. If he shows potential, I don't see why not. Anyway, hell be the Alliance's problem as long as he can use his destiny to grow. Then, we can fight the League without any worries. Aren't we getting ahead of ourselves? Whatever enemy we'll be facing in the catastrophe will probably require everyone working together, Wang Chang added. No, we should be prepared, Qiyuan said. If we are facing an invasion, the first waves of attacks will be a test to determine our level of strength. If the enemy is competent, the next wave will be infiltration and destabilization. The 13 of us have maintained a balance for a long time, but that also means we have amassed a great deal of animosity. With a little effort, it's easy to get us to fight each other. He's right. Whether it's the demon race and the innate demon gods, Hunger Continent and the Skill Path Association, us and the Grand Sect Alliance, Qin and Taoism, it's relatively easy to get us to fight each other, Wang Wei added. Not to mention you've offended the Divine Faith Haven in Qin, Wu Hong added, making everyone look at Wang Wei. It was all necessary, Wang Wei said. I can't wait to hear your explanation, Yan Hai said. Hunger is the person with the highest probability of entering the next realm, but her origin Seal Continent has the weakest foundation. Her situation makes her the perfect target for destiny to choose to be tested in the catastrophe. I need to influence its choice and switch it to the Divine Faith Haven. I can respect wanting to protect your woman, but what about the Qin court? Wang Chang asked. I'm doing it to stop Yingjing's transcendent path, Wang Wei said before telling them about his deduction about Yingjing's path. He even mentioned the situation with Honghua. You did the right thing, Qiyuan said seriously. Most people think Dugubadian is ambitious, but Yingjing is as bad as he is. When we were fighting for the overlord positions, he once showed his fangs toward Buddhism and Taoism, wishing to incorporate them as the Qin court's national religion and use their destiny for himself. The rapid rise of these two religions stopped his ambitions, and almost ruined his court, but I don't believe he ever stopped planning their assimilation. Can I ask you a question? Li Ming said. Me? Alright, Wang Wei said. Is Yingjing also from the prehistoric world like you? Do you have any relationship with him? His words immediately made the meeting tense. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1503 The Guardian, how did you come up with the assumption we are related? Wang Wei asked. He knew the ancestors should know about his connection to the prehistoric world. After all, they were the ones who helped him hide it from people of higher cultivation. When we met you in the lower dimension, we observed your growth, Li Ming explained. And there were signs, for example, the name Yingjing. Few people know this name, as most people addressed him by his title or by his sovereign name, Qin Shi Huang. The world only knows the name Yingjing because the world he first reincarnated in was revealed, and after that, he did not bother hiding it. However, it was kept hidden even after the information reached the lower dimension. However, you knew his name before you had access to the sect's hidden library. And there is the way you were always on guard against him. No, it can even be said you had hidden animosity toward him, but the two of you have never met before. I see, Wang Wei nodded. His behavior toward Yingjing has always been odd, and it seems to have revealed a lot of information. If something you're not comfortable sharing, it's alright, Qiyuan said. It's fine, Wang Wei waved his hand. I don't know him personally. He's more of a historical figure who existed more than 2,000 years before my first life. 2,000 years is a short. Wait, you were immortal in your first life? Li Ming asked. That's right. Why are you surprised? We always assumed your first life was a powerful cultivator, and the reason for your excellence was because you were basically rebuilding, Qiyuan added, and the others nodded in agreement. Weren't you the myriad devourer? How come you're saying you were immortal? Something is not adding up, Wang Chang suddenly asked. I was caught in an accident, probably a world collision. My soul entered primordial chaos, and I instinctively started swallowing up these purple orbs, probably world sources. That's how I became the myriad devourer. A mortal soul entering primordial chaos. Even if the world source could sustain you, the sight of seeing primordial chaos for the first time would have overwhelmed your mortal mind, Wang Chang commented. If you add the fear of death you were experiencing, the loneliness of traveling the infinite primordial chaos, no wonder you were born with paragon-tier willpower. How did you retain your memories? The years spent as the myriad devourer should have taken over your mortal memories. Qiyuan asked. I don't know myself, but I guess I was desperate. I think I may have accidentally created a technique to preserve my memories, and all the worlds I devoured were to fuel this technique, Wang Wei shrugged. You haven't retrieved your memory of the time? Yan Hai asked. Where would I have the time to do that? It hasn't been a yuan epoch since I became a paragon, Wang Wei sighed. True. Let's get back to the topic, Li Ming said. If you never met Yingjing, what's with the animosity? Although there was no cultivation in my first life, the concept of reincarnating into another world and cultivating was prevalent in the form of literature and other forms of entertainment. There is even a prevalent genre with millions of stories about people from our world reincarnating into cultivation worlds, Wang Wei expressed. That doesn't appear to occur randomly, Qiyuan observed. Is the information in these stories useful? They are. I've used many of them in this world. That would explain your unique ways of thinking, Qiyuan said. Someone definitely plans for the world to be like that, Li Ming added. It's almost like they were preparing your people for the possibility. That's probably. Wang Wei stopped himself and reinforced his soul network. If there is someone behind it, it's probably Hongjun. Why does that name sound familiar? Qiyuan said as he caressed his temple. Now that you mention it, I feel like I've heard it somewhere before, Yan Hao added. Me too, Wang Chang said, and Li Ming nodded. He's the prehistoric world's guardian. Everyone's gaze shifted to Wu Hong. Remember? During the war, we tried to contact and even forcefully enter the prehistoric world, and he showed up, introducing himself as Hong Jun, the world's guardian, Wu Hong continued. He conversed with us for a few minutes before waving his hand and teleporting us away. I remember now, but the entire encounter is blurry in my mind, Yan Hai said. Me too, the others nodded. Then, they looked at each other with a somber atmosphere. Hanju not only modified their memories but also influenced them not to think of the entire encounter for billions of yuan epochs. How do you remember? Yan Hai suddenly asked. I just do, Wu Hong said calmly, and no one questioned her, especially after what happened recently with Mithraea. However, only Wu Hong knows that her perfection foundation has allowed her to remember numerous encounters with transcendent entities. Why don't you continue? Li Ming motioned toward Wang Wei. Oh, right. Where was I? Information. Yes, the information from our world is so valuable that I instinctively was wary of Yingjing's presence. However, now that I think about it, he lived more than 2,000 years ago, so he never had access to that period's literature and other media. Your words have increased the validity of the training's theory, Qiyuan said. Yingjing was Hong Jun's first test. After he saw success or failure considering his first life, he started training the population through literature and entertainment. Then, he picked the best to reincarnate. The world collision was most likely artificially created to make the reincarnations appear random. And you were probably an accident in the process. However, one thing I've learned in my long life is that there are no accidents. Qiyuan looked at Wang Wei in the eyes but he waved his hand, let's not get into this. Although he did not mind sharing about his life, some things were left for him and maybe his wife. So, he would not mention things about his fate seed status. If you wish, Qiyuan shrugged. Everyone has secrets. As close as he was with his brother and sister, there were things he also kept from them for one reason or another. Can you tell us more about the prehistoric world? Li Ming asked. Based on your words, many of the things you've done were inspired by your experience there. You also mentioned there was no cultivation. Is the cultivation separate from the mortal world? You want to know about my life on, Wang Wei didn't finish saying, Earth, before a terrifying conscience descended in their meetings, warning everybody present. It seems we've talked too much, Qiyuan said with a wry smile. So, even we're not worthy of peeping into the secrets of the prehistoric world. Yan Hai said in an aggravated tone. Didn't we already know we are just bigger ants? Wang Chang shrugged. There will be a day, Li Ming said quietly. Wu Hong was the one with the least reaction. The memory from the other self has granted her plenty of memories and knowledge about Earth and the prehistoric world, so she didn't care, except for maybe the sudden and rude interruption. Well, this is my cue to leave, Wang Wei said. This conversation had gone longer than he anticipated. Ancestor, you're going to be free, right? I need a favor. What is it? Yan Hai asked begrudgingly. My retreat should take between 60,000 to 90,000 yuan epochs. I need you to train one member of the Ma clan to the peak of the Paragon realm. How talented are they? Yan Hai asked. Depending on these people's talents, this was more than doable. That's the issue, they have terrible talent. However, one of their ancestor was excellent, so if you could revive that part of their blood, it's possible. And I don't just want a peak Empyrean, but someone with potential to enter the Paragon realm. Of course you do, Yan Hai snorted. Bloodline purification and modification is slowly and research draining, in other words, a pain in my ass. So? Wang Wei asked. I'll do it, but why are you annoying me instead of your wife? She asked while looking at Wu Hong. He already dumped other responsibilities on me, Wu Hong immediately said. So, this is a pattern. Yan Hai stared at Wang Wei. I just want to save time, Wang Wei explained. The Ma clan is the key to the largest soul energy reserves in the entire world. Once it gets it and takes what I need, there will still be enough for the sect to use and gain advantage in the upcoming catastrophe. The largest, you said? Wang Chang asked, not hiding his skepticism. Imagine secretly collecting soul power from mortals and cultivators since before the tribulation era. The others immediately took a deep breath after hearing his words. This world is so old, and mortals have always been as numerous as grass. To be able to gather from such a large pool of people for such an extended period, no wonder he boldly claimed it was the largest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1504 Spiritual Perfection. Where did you get such a thing? Yan Hai asked. It's complicated, and I may need your help later if the buyer refuses to pay. However, we first have to fulfill our side of the agreement, which is to train a paragon from the Ma clan, Wang Wei replied. I understand, but this task would have been best left to Brother Li and Wang Chang, Yan Hai sighed. Li Ming led the sect's training, including designing the trials, the sect's motto or spirit regarding training methods, the training manual for any elders in charge of disciples' cultivation, and so on. Meanwhile, Wang Chang was the one knowledgeable about the body and bloodline. We can leave a projection to help you, Li Ming said. You can take this opportunity to start spreading the human fiend god bloodline, Wang Chang added. Now I'm doing everybody's work. Yan Hai yelled, and Qiyuan just patted her on the shoulder. Is there anything else? Yan Hai asked, staring at Wang Wei. That's it. Well, no, forget it. It's not that important, Wang Wei said. Yan Hai snorted and talked with Wu Hong for a few seconds before leaving. The others said their goodbye, leaving the couple alone. Come see me when you leave your seclusion, Wu Hong said before kissing him on the cheek and disappearing. Wang Wei caressed his cheek for a few seconds before leaving the soul space with a grin on his face. Back at his manor, it took him a few seconds to remove that idiotic grin from his face and focus on his retreat. The first thing he did was activate all the arrays in his fate-transcending mountain, entering the best cultivation state. The time acceleration array on his mountain reached the peak of 10 times acceleration, and Wang Wei had an entire dimension of third-rank Dao sources to speed up his cultivation. And that's not mentioning the other arrays that helped cultivate the soul, reduced bottlenecks, boosted grand mist worlds, and all other matters of assistance. Once everything was ready, Wang Wei started his retreat, beginning with purifying his soul and existence with the talisman he bought from Heavenly Dao. He methodically removed all the hidden dangers in his existence through the talisman and assistance from his acupoint method that allowed him to slowly influence his blueprint. Once his very essence was clean, Wang Wei focused on the next crucial part, recondensing his flesh. With the pill and the endless energy the sect reserved for him, the process was smooth. He recreated his body exactly like it was before consuming the purple blood. Although Wang Wei could have added some minor beneficial modifications from what he learned when he was using the blood, he did not want to risk it, so he chose a perfect replica from before. It's good to have flesh and blood, Wang Wei muttered as he clenched his fist, feeling the power coursing through his veins. He stood up and did a few physical exercises. His cultivation room had the necessary arrays to ensure he could use his strength without annihilating the room or the entire mountain. Wang Wei was satisfied after more than an hour of exercise, and he proceeded to his next task, cultivating his soul. After he was promoted to the Paragon realm, he removed the seal in his mind and accessed all his soul power during his time as the Myriad Devourer. His soul was on par with Paragon 8 Heaven, or 98%. Wang Wei had the resources ready for his soul to reach 99% as soon as possible. Unlike regular cultivators, he did not have to worry about his talent. His time as the myriad devoured ensured his talent for the soul was in the higher percentile, if not the extreme. This also means that bottlenecks only slowed him down instead of stopping him. After reaching 99%, Wang Wei took a pill that instantly increased his soul by 1%. He waited until now to take the pill since everyone can only take one in their lifetime. Wang Wei closed his eyes, feeling the changes in his soul. His first sensation was how much his control over his body and other aspects had improved. This change made sense to Wang Wei since his soul cultivation technique was created from studying others to focus on control, with the speed of growth being secondary. Wang Wei's soul technique was to lay down the foundation to use his force control skill as his ultimate skill to become a primal. Once he succeeds, he'll instantly have numerous ultimate skills. After all, the force control skill granted him ultimate control over his body, soul, Tao, and energy. If this skill reaches the level of a primal ultimate skill, he can use his flesh, soul, Tao, and Qi to make ultimate attacks. The second sensation he felt was the imbalance. His cultivation and body were still in the fifth heaven, which was drastically different from his soul, which had reached its peak. Typically, such an imbalance would require him to take time to adapt, but his next focus was raising his realm, so it did not matter. Wang Wei took the time to adapt to his soul before continuing his retreat. His focus was not immediately on raising his realm but elevating his golden body of merit. Heavenly Tao had long reinstated his second-level golden body after the lock, reversing the sacrifice he had made. Now, Wang Wei was elevating it to the third rank. Wang Wei watched as the physical manifestation of the golden body released intense lights as its aura drastically increased. Then, it reached a peak and stopped. It's indeed the peak of third rank and instead of fourth rank, Wang Wei thought. Although he knew this was the most likely result, he was still disappointed. He absorbed the golden body and felt the changes. Wang Wei was surprised. Besides all the advantages or boost to cultivation and protection, the third golden body granted him two useful abilities. The first one was one additional life. In other words, the golden body acted as a longevity resource at the third level. However, the one Wang Wei cared the most was the second, which was a protection ultimate skill. The skill is called Sage's Protection, and upon activation, a golden shield will appear around Wang Wei that can protect him from a primal paragon's ultimate skills for half an hour. The interesting part about this protection is even if his enemy has already found his time mark, Wang Wei will be immune from death in that 30 minutes. I should use this carefully, Wang Wei muttered. This protection has limits. The first use is free, but subsequent applications will require a great deal of merit to charge. The next step is to reach the peak of the Paragon realm, Wang Wei thought as he focused on his cultivation. He closed his eyes to access his grand mist world, linking his soul to all sentient beings to use their minds to help him comprehend the grand Tao source. Wang Wei used the array in the sect that allowed him to increase the size of his world beyond the limit, thus create more sentient beings to help him cultivate. He then activated his Bodhi tree, the borrowed Taoist pear tree, his 3 paths, 3 selves art, and his merit to boost his understanding. For the first time in his life, Wang Wei felt the grand Tao source was simple and even easy. He immediately lost track of time as the essence of fate became an open book to him. As expected, his cultivation increased like a rocket, stopping at 999%. Have I encountered a bottleneck? Wang Wei thought before taking a pill for the occasion. However, the pill did not help him reach perfection, but revealed the problem. Back in the divine body realm, Wang Wei had fused his goal or ambition into his soul and Tao. So, if he wanted to reach the peak of the Paragon realm, he needed some soul-searching and spiritual achievement to realign his pursuit in life with his cultivation. Luckily, I have the perfect thing for this occasion, Wang Wei thought before taking out the path refining stone. He had acquired this thing after raiding Blood Dragon's treasury. He put the stone on his forehead, which liquefied before fusing with him. Wang Wei's spirit immediately experienced an out-of-body experience. Wang Wei found himself in another world. He did not know whether his spirit had traveled there, whether it was another chaos world, or in the past or future, or whether this was a well-crafted illusion created by the stone. The truth did not matter more than the actual lesson the stone wanted him to learn. Wang Wei observed the world with his divine sense, even being a little brazen about the entire ordeal. He first frowned, followed by showing an unpleasant expression. How is that coward considered someone who pursues freedom? He was immediately annoyed that the main character of this trip was considered the same kind of person as he was. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1505 Spiritual Practice 2. The world Wang Wei found himself was highly bureaucratic and hierarchical. His current location was the lower realm where mortal stage cultivators lived. After spreading his divine sense, he saw numerous cities and tribes, but no ruling dynasty or sect. The first thing that caught his attention was the control of colors. According to this world system, mortals were only allowed to wear gray colors. Their clothes can be rough linen or precious silk, but they can only be gray. Tier 1 to 3 cultivators can wear red, with a pin on their chest to indicate their tier. Once cultivators reach Tier 4, they can wear orange and move to higher cities with better spiritual energy or resources. At Tier 7, a cultivator can wear light yellow and move on to designated areas. The process of becoming a great emperor is like every other world, using the heavenward battle. There are a total of 3,800 areas in every generation, and great emperors can wear golden clothes. However, they also must ascend to the second layer. Wang Wei ascended to the second layer and calmly observed. The second layer had a bit more freedom. Cultivators could create sects and dynasties, but the color hierarchy remained, with Empyreans allowed to wear blue. The second realm was more chaotic, with factions fighting and competing with each other, but the entire thing was absurd to Wang Wei, especially after seeing the rebellion. There is a group of cultivators trying to revolt against the system by causing more chaos and killing people everywhere. However, Wang Wei immediately did not take them seriously after everyone wore black clothes. A brief scan of their past revealed the reason. Their resistance started by breaking the color code, but this resistance soon realized that they would be wiped out if they did not wear the designated clothes. They can be the resistance and have few limitations in the system as long as they accept their roles by wearing black. Then, after everybody with a true will of defiance was eliminated, the current residence became the shell of its original idea, co-opted by the very system they were trying to overthrow. Wang Wei shook his head before moving to the third layer. This place was full of emperors and Empyreans, but only 10 paragons, all dressed in purple. The royal clan comprised half these paragons, and the other 5 created the noble clans. However, all the paragons did not exceed the 4th heaven, except for the sovereign, who was a peak paragon. Wang Wei secretly entered a room where he saw the sovereign, an elderly man with pointy eyes and a lavish purple robe, kneeling before a floating white orb. "I need more souls," said a deep voice from the orb. "Your exalted eminence, it shall be done," said Sovereign Prime Color. The orb trembled slightly and Wang Wei felt a sight on himself. However, it only paused for a while before the orb disappeared. Prime Color slowly stood up and sent an order. A war of enormous proportions is about to sweep the third and second layers. After receiving confirmation, Prime Color had a creepy smile on his face. The Ling clan had sent him a few maids, and he was about to enjoy himself by indulging in some of his fantasies. Wang Wei wanted nothing but to slap this perverted old man in his face, but resisted the urge. "Aren't you ashamed? Who is there?" Prime Color yelled, releasing his aura. However, as soon as he laid eyes on Wang Wei, he felt a dread he had never felt in too long, and it almost shattered his mind. "Who are you?" "Answer my question," Wang Wei said. Aren't you ashamed? Acting as less than a dog before others while proclaiming yourself a ruler. Why should I be ashamed? I stand above trillions of lives and only need to bow to one, Prime Color responded after reining in his emotions. Hopefully, this powerful cultivator will only be here to talk, or the exalted eminence will come to save him. 1. Do you think your so-called exalted eminence doesn't have peers on par, if not more powerful, than him? What about higher entities like Grand Tao? Wang Wei sneered. The outside world has nothing to do with me, Prime Color replied. All I care about is in here, am free to do as I want, and I only need to provide souls to the exalted eminence. Wang Wei stared at him. It irks me beyond the reach of the stars to hear the word free from your mouth. What should I do? The emotionally intelligent choice would be to accept that everybody has their ways of pursuing freedom, but my freedom is to be able to control and impose my will on others. Prime Color took a step backward. I can't do anything to you since I'm here due to the refining path stone. However, if this place is real and I know where it is, I promise I'll find you and slap you into oblivion, Wang Wei said before leaving. The stone reacted to his decision, and his surroundings changed. He found himself in a world that instinctively gave him a peaceful atmosphere, and his surroundings further proved that. He saw a peaceful world where mortals and cultivators lived in perfect harmony. Lower-level cultivators used their powers to summon the rain to help farmers, cast healing spells to cure diseases and injuries, teach knowledge, maintain portals for travel, and so on. More powerful cultivators control floods, earthquakes, and all other types of natural catastrophes. High-tier cultivators do not fight for power and resources but are more like hermits who contemplate the nature of reality. They rarely show up in the world except to maybe publish their understanding or warn of great catastrophes beyond the norms. Wang Wei teleported to one of those hermits. He looked at the middle-aged man dressed in ordinary clothes. You know this is escapism, not true freedom, right? The man slowly opened his eyes and looked up and down at Wang Wei. And you know your path is tyranny, not true freedom. At least I know I'll be free, whether by achieving my goal or dying, Wang Wei countered. But you live in this illusion world that you crafted, running away from all the problems in the real world. Your method is not that different from the previous coward I just met. What about other people? When you achieve your freedom, what about the people still suffering? The hermit asked. I can save them if I want. I've only met you today, but I can tell you're a selfish person. I doubt you would do such a thing, the hermit said calmly. I want the power and choice to be able to save these people. You don't know me. I might save them or I might ignore them. What matters is having the choice, Wang Wei replied. So, you admit it. That it's all about power for you. Do you think power doesn't matter? Wang Wei asked with a sneer. Without power, can you build this perfect haven? Without power, can you defend it against others? Interestingly enough, power is the fundamental flaw of your ideal. If one day, you meet an unstoppable force that wishes to end this beautiful dream of yours, can you stop it? The world is full of what-ifs. What if something suddenly goes wrong with your cultivation tomorrow? What if you suddenly encounter two powerhouses fighting and you're caught in the middle? The world is full of what-ifs, of endless possibilities. I do not let these worries dictate how I live my life, the hermit answered calmly. Interesting way of living, but indulge me a little. What would you do if a catastrophe suddenly destroyed this perfect little world of yours? Wang Wei asked. I'll move on and start over again. Life must move on, right? Even if you had to repeat the process over and over. Yes. The recreated worlds, would they be an exact copy? Wang Wei asked. I did not create this place as remembrance for the people I once loved. I allow the world to evolve naturally, so even if I restarted, the people would be the same, the hermit said. No need to be so defensive, Wang Wei smiled. But there is an argument to be made about free will. You call my way tyrannical, but the same can be said about yours. These people have no free will, at least, not completely. Their happiness and way of life are predicated on the rules you establish for this world. So, isn't it hypocritical to call me a tyrant while you do the same? The hermit looked at him calmly. I've created a world with certain rules and let people live within it, without interference. Do you really believe it's the same as someone who desires to impose their will on others? I do. The people never had the choice to determine the fundamental rules. Maybe they did not want to live in a peaceful world. Maybe they wanted to indulge their violent desires. You never gave them the choice. The hermit shook his head. Your response says more about how you see the world. Have you thought that your definition of freedom is too extreme? Extreme how? There are many things we cannot or did not have the choice to make. We did not decide to be born, who our parents are, and how the world, speaking of the fundamental laws, and society operate. We just have to live with it. But we can decide. Isn't that the purpose of cultivation? Wang Wei rebutted. It gives us the choice. But what if you didn't have the talent for cultivation? Or worse, born in a mortal world with no spiritual energy? Could you practice your form of freedom? Probably not, Wang Wei admitted. Then, you must admit your freedom is extreme since it cannot be practiced without specific environments and conditions, the hermit said. I never thought of that, Wang Wei said as he pondered. His approach was impossible on Earth unless he had managed to found the cultivation world. I admit your point, but you must also admit that my path of freedom is the best and absolute. Best is subjective, but yes, it is an absolute path, the hermit admitted. The ability to bend reality to its whim, create and do things, and not be limited by the imagination, is the ultimate freedom. However, your way of trying to achieve that leaves something to be desired. I won't argue with that, Wang Wei nodded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1506 Spiritual Practice 3. The conversation with the hermit was eye-opening, revealing new aspects about himself. However, Wang Wei could feel his spiritual practice was not perfect yet, and he was not ready to reach the peak. The world around him changed, leading Wang Wei somewhere else. He immediately noticed this world had little to no spiritual energy, meaning this was a mortal world. Wang Wei quickly scanned the world and understood its gist. This small continent was ruled by two ethnicities, the Yi people of the north and the Yi people of the south. These two ethnicities have different customs, cultures, and ways of life, and for many small and inconsequential reasons, they hate each other with a passion. About 300 years ago, the Yi people gave birth to a ruthless but military genius of an emperor. The mad emperor started a conquest of the continent by killing all the Yi people. In 50 years, he killed more than 70% of the Yi people. Luckily, the Yi were resilient and survived. Meanwhile, the mad emperor succumbed to his age. Then, as soon as the madman died, the world's fate seemed to have switched to the Yi people. In just 20 years, they slowly reversed all of the mad emperor's achievements, and the Yi people not only reversed their plight of being genocide, but they also conquered the world. So, what did the Yi people do after ruling over this world? If it were up to their leader, Emperor Yi Ling, peace between the two people would have been established, healing all their past and history. Unfortunately, Emperor Yi Ling was betrayed by his brother, who secretly assassinated him, took the throne, and blamed the Yi people. Emperor Yi was nothing like his brother, except for maybe their brilliant political mind. Yi used the death of his brother to enact the vilest revenge on the Yi people. He killed as many of them as possible before enslaving the rest. He then created a caste system, ensuring the Yi people were slaves for life. 300 years later, after countless failed revolutions, the Yi people are still in chains. Wang Wei looked at the place he was teleported to. A group of Yi people had just finished their work on the mines, the fields, or other construction works. Everyone was tired and thin, wearing coarse clothes that smelled or were probably itchy. However, Wang Wei saw something in their eyes: hope. These people were not spiritually defeated. He was intrigued and watched. Soon, more than 100 Yi people gathered and started a fire. People brought makeshift musical instruments, and everyone brought food they had starved themselves to preserve. Some even brought the alcohol they had secretly brewed. The Yi people shared their food with their neighbors and fellow companions before starting to sing and dance. The music was inspiring as it told tales of their ancestry and the time when they did not live in bondage. It told of a better future that awaited not them, but their descendants. The music gave them hope and filled them spiritually. For that single night, every Yi person reconnected to their culture and dreamed of a better tomorrow. Would I be able to accept a single day of freedom? Wang Wei asked himself as he watched these people lose themselves in their music and dance. He did not take this question lightly and pondered deeply. Maybe if I die the next day, Wang Wei answered himself. During world history, he once read about an American politician who said, "Give me liberty or give me death." Wang Wei agreed with that statement. The Yi people's Festival of Hope ended, and the next day, they returned to their regular schedule. They won't have such an opportunity again until next year, and many of these people knew they would not survive to see the next festival. Wang Wei watched as 3 of the Yi people slowly left this area and he followed them. As expected, they were part of the revolutionaries. After 300 years, they have not stopped fighting for their people's liberation. In fact, the Hope Festival existed because of a negotiation between the revolution and the Yi people about 90 years ago. The little festival might seem insignificant, but it came at the right time. The Yi people had lost hope, and the rate of suicide had increased drastically. However, the festival allowed them to reconnect with their culture, showing them they were more than slaves. It allowed them to look into the future. Their lives might be bleak, but many hold on just to live until the day of the festival. As Wang Wei watched these revolutionaries plan their next attack, he realized how valuable freedom was. His greatest obstacle to his dream was the Grand Tao, which was so far removed from the current plight of the Yi people. However, he was lucky to be born with many life advantages, lucky to be born in a world whose freedom was not completely restricted, lucky that Grand Tao had no sentience and was not acting like a tyrant. I am indeed appreciative of my circumstances, but this is feeling like propaganda, Wang Wei thought. His suspicious mind made him believe Grand Tao was manipulating this experience to increase Wang Wei's favor toward him, even if it was by a small amount. He had no proof, and he might be wrong, but that's how he felt. Wang Wei shook his head to remove these thoughts before focusing on the presence. He found one of the revolution leaders who appealed to him and entered the latter's dream. They only talked and played chess in the dream, but when the leader woke up, he suddenly realized he was a strategy genius. So, will you be the next Emperor Yiling, or another ED? Wang Wei thought before the world around him changed. He was still in a mortal world, but things were peaceful and quiet even. For this experience, Wang Wei found himself following the life of a young scholar about 22. The scholar had just passed the imperial exam and returned home to marry his childhood sweetheart, rejecting all the offers from the nobles in the capital in the process. The scholar had a smile on his face that Wang Wei would never forget, and that's because it followed him all his life. After the marriage, the scholar was assigned to his small village despite how well he did in the exam. The nobles did not appreciate his rejection, so they stuck him in a menial position in the countryside. However, the scholar did not mind and accepted the imperial order with a smile. 40 years and 3 children later, the scholar cared for the village. He never slacked on his job because the village was small or unimportant. He never slacked on his responsibility as a father and husband. The scholar was a model of an official, an exemplary family man, and an overall inspiring human being. The world seemed infected by his smile and good nature, and quickly rewarded him. Someone from the capital noticed his work, and in the next 20 years, the scholar slowly rose through the ranks until he became prime minister. The emperor loved and trusted him because he was loyal and from a civilian background instead of a noble clan. When the scholar was in his 60s, the emperor died, and the dynasty started falling apart as everyone competed for the throne. He held everything together for 15 years, preventing the dynasty from completely falling apart. He held on, smiling, when his son died while defending. He held on when his second son was assassinated, when his third daughter was implicated by her husband's family, and was killed. The scholar even held on when his wife died soon after their daughter's death due to the immense grief. In his late 70s, the dynasty finally stabilized as a new ruler finally won the confrontation, and the first thing the emperor did after taking the throne was to fire the scholar. However, the latter only smiled and calmly accepted his fate. The old scholar returned to his village and continued caring for them until his 90s. On his dying bed, a lion stood before his house as all the villagers came to send him off. Many people had already prepared shrines to worship him as a sage. The old man looked at everyone who came to see him off. He told them slowly that they didn't need to, but everyone insisted. So, he smiled before the last light disappeared from his soul. Wang Wei appeared right before his death and asked, "Why smile? Why did you smile through all the pain, all the ups and downs?" The scholar was shocked, thinking the Soul Reaper had come to him. However, he then realized he was at death's door, so it made sense for them to come. He figured the question was a test before entering the afterlife. "It's because I was happy, I was content," the scholar replied. "So, this is the kind of freedom that is achieved by being happy and content," Wang Wei muttered. "It makes sense. If I let my obsession with freedom rule my life, will I be happy once I achieve my dream? With the ungodly powers, I may be able to create everything that makes me happy, but that won't change anything. I must get my priorities straight. I have to be happy and content with myself first before I achieve my dream, and that involves loving myself and cherishing the people around me, like my beautiful wife, family, and sect." This realization completed Wang Wei's spiritual journey, but the effect of the stone was not finished yet. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1507 Spiritual Perfection, Finale. Wang Wei's next experience was not a single world, but the journey of a single man that he called the Liberator. The experience started with Wang Wei battling a dragon in primordial chaos. The Liberator was dressed in all white, including his flowing hair. He had an infectious smile and playful nature as he fought, using his creation Tao and his wild imagination to the fullest. Wang Wei watched with speechlessness as the dragon caught the Liberator, wishing to crush him. But the latter turned into a giant to escape those dangerous claws. Then, the Liberator turned his tongue into an enormous rubber and caught the dragon, trying to drag him into his stomach. The dragon used its power to escape, making the Liberator angry, so he created the most enticing food for the dragon. The creature had to exercise immense restraint to prevent himself from eating that food, but the short distraction was enough for the Liberator to take a bite out of the dragon's tail. The angered dragon fired a powerful breath attack, but the Liberator created an enormous rice bowl that caught the attack and turned it into rice that he ate. The Liberator's aura drastically increased after consuming the rice, which was a sign that the bowl was a similar application of devouring Tao to swallow the enemy's attack to benefit the user. However, the strange usage baffled Wang Wei. The ultimate end of this battle was the dragon turning into sushi for the Liberator's lunch. Then, the handsome young man clad in white continued his journey through primordial chaos. Wang Wei followed him and reached a new world in turmoil. An unknown accident disconnected this world from the source Qi space, and with the reduction of spiritual energy or Tao Qi, resources became rare. It also did not help that this world's source had been depleted due to the constant fighting, and heavenly Tao had to heal all the damage. After seeing the plight of this world, the Liberator felt terrible for the people and decided to help. He first defeated and suppressed the world's top 5 most powerful factions, temporarily stopping the fighting. He then tried to reconnect the world to the source chi space but failed, so he tried a different approach. He created 269 trillion energy pillars for the world that converted the power of primordial chaos into spiritual energy and Tao Qi. With energy available, people can cultivate normally, but the issue of resources was not completely resolved. So, the Liberator created 269 trillion resource pillars that can create resources for people. All they need is to inject their energy into the pillar, and based on the intensity and desire, the pillar will make the necessary resources. In other words, as long as the people have enough qi, which can be recovered with the addition of spiritual energy and Tao Qi, they will have enough resources. Lastly, the Liberator created a world guardian with similar strength to him to watch over the world and prevent people from forcefully taking over these pillars. Wang Wei calmly watched the latter nod in satisfaction at his work before leaving for another world. The rest of the journey was the same. The Liberator would arrive in another world, help the people, enjoy the food, and move on. He never asked anything in return and always had a jovial atmosphere accompanying him. The embodiment of freedom, not only in his belief but how he spread freedom to everyone else, Wang Wei thought. This man followed a concept of freedom similar to his own, hence his enormous power and the use of the creation Tao. The main difference is that this man's freedom was more positive. Wang Wei could not even argue this form of freedom was idealistic since this man had the power to back up his actions and views. Now, you make me feel bad, Wang Wei sighed. The Liberator stopped eating and looked at him. You're the guy who has been following me. I thought you were mute on something. I don't want to talk to you. Why? The Liberator asked, confused. You make me feel bad for not being a good person, Wang Wei said, making the Liberator laugh. You don't seem like the kind of person who cares about being a kind person. I didn't, until I met you. You made me realize I could have turned out differently and maybe chosen another path. No need to blame yourself. One thing I've learned is that our experience shapes us more than we realize. I don't know you, so maybe you had your reason for choosing your path. Plus, if you truly feel this way, there is still time to change. Thanks for the advice, Wang Wei said. He had long known and accepted who he was. Even on Earth, his morality was hanging by a thread called society or laws. But how did he get that way? Well, his great mind had allowed him to see the cracks in society. He always understood that laws, money, and many societal constraints were made-up things, and they relied on a certain trust system to exist or function. After figuring out these things and seeing the cruel nature of the business world, his morality and views of the world shifted. His father also taught him that laws were meant to be understood so he could exploit them for his advantage. Lastly, it did not help that he could not rely on religion for moral guidance. You look like an interesting guy. Do you want to chat while we enjoy this rainbow pork? You have to get your own, though, since I won't be sharing, the Liberator said. Thanks for the offer, but my time has run out, Wang Wei said before the world around him changed. This time around, Wang Wei found himself following a black-clothed youth with a naturally devilish aura surrounding him. He would eventually call this man the Immortal. The Immortal was traveling through primordial chaos when he noticed a chariot traveling to an unknown location. Curious, the Immortal peeped through the chariot and noticed a man accompanying a beautiful woman. So, the bastard approached the man and asked him to hand over his wife. After refusing, the Immortal used his destruction Tao to obliterate the man before having his way with the women. Afterward, he told her he did not enjoy her resistance and eliminated her. The Immortal proceeded to a world where he suddenly heard of a recent heist by a famous thief. He had an idea and tracked the thief, killed him, and took her identity. For the next few years, he would enter the vaults of some of the most powerful factions to steal their things before leaving a haunting picture of his private part as his signature. After having his fun, the Immortal proceeded to the next world. He found the world too peaceful, so he started a massive war that killed trillions of people. Once his bloodlust was fulfilled, the Immortal left for another world, and Wang Wei was speechless by what he experienced. The world was a brand new source chaos world, which hadn't even given birth to its first paragon. The Immortal took an artifact and planted it into the core. Wang Wei watched in shock as the entire world turned into a woman, who the Immortal has his way with. However, he did not kill her, but forced her into his harem. Then, the bastard continued his path of chaos and mayhem, eliminating anyone who tried to get in his way. No wonder true devils get a bad name, Wang Wei thought speechlessly. However, this was an eye-opener. I always said my path of absolute freedom meant I'm also free from morality. But ultimately, there are certain things I disdain to do, and I only want to be able to do so. But this man truly does not have any personal restraint. He does as he pleases and as he wants. Wang Wei continued looking at this man's action. If the liberator's absolute freedom is the positive side, then this man is the negative aspect. As for me, I'm more of the neutral, to be precise, neutral evil. Wang Wei's conclusion was correct because the next person he saw embodied the true neutral of his absolute freedom path. He met a woman who cultivated Heaven Dao, and she believes that freedom, whether for mortals or cultivators, can only be achieved by enriching the mind with knowledge. He called her the Keeper. The Keeper spent all her life gathering knowledge, secrets, and truths about the world and spreading them to everyone. She did not care who got her knowledge or what they did with it. Her only criterion for spreading her knowledge was that people should have the desire to learn and an open mind. Wang Wei opened his eyes in his cultivation room and his cultivation naturally reached 100%, 10th heaven. We're finally at this step, Wang Wei exhaled deeply. He took a moment to adapt to his new power before continuing his retreat. He still had some time and wanted to utilize it. He had two things he could tackle. The first was to study the Fiend God's bloodline to complete his 12th revolution, and the next was preparation to battle primals. Wang Wei knew it would take a little while before he could reach that level, but these types of people would be his enemy next. So, he thought about it and was inspired by the soul ring method he used to return to the soul path. Wang Wei wanted to create a technique based on the soul rings to reduce the burden of using ultimate techniques and maybe even allow him to use them repeatedly, almost as if he were a primal. My flesh is important since it will be my path of transcendence, but I need the bare minimum of primal strength to ensure I survive the upcoming catastrophe, Wang Wei thought. Having made his decision, he no longer hesitated and started to work. However, while he was halfway through the process, he suddenly heard a message in his mind. According to my estimation, you should not be doing something too important around this time, so come see me now. Wu Hong is already waiting. Mithraea. Wang Wei said in confusion, wondering what was so urgent. Regardless, he stopped everything he was doing and left the cultivation room. And, can you tell from this chapter that I like One Piece? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible.